Chapter 1358. The prodigal shouted at the 13th prince. 13th prince, go and help boss. I'll handle this. The king wolf and the black bear were intimidated by the auras of the two divine beasts, which reduced their fighting power. Most of them were killed by the 13th prince and the prodigal. Even the strongest ones were not spared. Therefore, the prodigal was not afraid of the remaining divine beasts. Plus, he had King Tongue and the other divine beasts to help him. It was the best time for the 13th prince to help Ling Xiao. The 13th prince did not argue. He knew the urgency of the situation. He swung his dragon body and swept away a big black bear. Then he dashed towards Ling Xiao. He was only at level 10, but his fighting power was 100 times stronger. The Dragon Ball he had just swallowed wasn't any weaker than any half-incipient God Realm expert. He dashed towards Jim, helping Ling Xiao relieve some of the pressure. However, the werewolf also joined in, aiming for Ling Xiao's head. The fierce battle raged in the sky. Sounds of battle rose everywhere, energy splashed everywhere, and space turbulence appeared continuously. Jim and the 13th prince were fighting, while Ling Xiao's real body was fighting the leader of the werewolves. Ling Xiao was much more relaxed this time. The leader of the werewolves was no weaker than Jim, but he wasn't as fast as Jim. This gave Ling Xiao space to dodge. However, Ling Xiao knew that the situation was not good if this continued. His divine soul doppelganger actually couldn't take down that genius. His opponent's battle prowess was frighteningly strong. Even if he increased his battle prowess, he could only fight to a draw with him. No wonder he was one of the most powerful ancient races. It seems like I can't win if I don't use my full strength. Ling Xiao kept retreating after fighting with the werewolf several times. He even spat out a lot of blood. When the werewolf was about to chase after him again, Ling Xiao turned around and headed towards his divine soul clone. The werewolf shouted from behind. You think you can escape? Obediently hand over the divine hoop, and I'll let you keep your soul. The werewolf chased after him from behind, swinging his mace repeatedly. Turbulent space currents surged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao consumed a divine pill to recover some of his divine energy, and increased his speed to the maximum. Finally, he arrived in front of the doppelganger. His real body and doppelganger instantly swapped positions. His real body faced the Birdman jet, while his clone faced the werewolf. The reason why he did this was because his real body could barely withstand the Birdman's attack, while his clone could directly conceal itself and attack the werewolf. After all, the concealment of the Divine Soul Avatar had no effect on the Birdman, but it had an effect on this werewolf. The Birdman and the werewolf naturally did not know what Ling Xiao was planning. The Birdman was still happy that Ling Xiao's strength had weakened. From his point of view, taking down Ling Xiao was already an easy task. His light attribute attacks continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's body, forcing Ling Xiao into a sorry state, and many wounds appeared on his body. If it was any other Sunjin of Goguryeo, he would have already died under this Birdman's attack. The werewolf wanted to continue chasing after Ling Xiao, but he discovered that after the two identical Ling Xiao exchanged positions, one of them seemed to have disappeared. Ling Xiao, who was wearing the divine hoop, was surrounded by the Birdman. He wanted to chase after him, but after hesitating for a moment he became alert and did not act rashly. He was puzzled. I clearly saw two people just now. Why is one of them missing? There must be something strange. Although the werewolf's brain was not very bright, it did not mean that they were fools. He constantly paid attention to the surrounding situation, ready to react and launch a surprise attack at any time. It was just that Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar had already hidden beside him, but he still did not notice it. When Ling Xiao's fist fiercely smashed towards his face, he only felt pain. But what followed next was not as simple as pain. In order to strive to resolve the crisis in front of him in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao's fist contained all the power in it, and his fist intent was also exerted to the peak. Every punch carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it was going to directly blow the werewolf up. Bang bang. Although the werewolf activated his defense to the maximum, facing an opponent of the same level of strength directly bombarding his face, the werewolf's head was beaten until it was deformed. He raised his mace and made a final counterattack, sweeping away everything around him. When Ling Xiao withdrew, A finger light instantly rushed towards the werewolf's wolf eye. "Oh!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the werewolf's wolf eyes was directly pierced, and he was in so much pain that he covered his eyes and howled wildly. He was already scared out of his wits, and immediately began to flee like a headless fly. Ling Xiao did not even want to waste the time to chase and kill him, and his real body was forced into a miserable state. The divine light scepter in his opponent's hand was impressively half an ancient god artifact, and his opponent's speed was not slower than his, and he was about to smash his physical body into pieces. "Haha, Kim people are only so. Obediently accept your death." Jet seemed to be very happy to bully the weak. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar rushed over in an instant and attacked Jet like a storm. Jet was instantly dumbfounded from the beating. After all, he had to use the light of God to reflect Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar to its original form, and he was so pleased with himself that he forgot that his opponent still had another invisible avatar. Damned bastard, light of God! On the other hand, Jet's reaction was extremely fast. He had just been bombarded a few times when he immediately spread his wings and flew backwards. After loudly cursing, he once again released the divine light to illuminate Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. However, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of revealing his body. With the strength of his divine soul, he was not afraid of this birdman at all. Ling Xiao did not fight 2 against 1. Instead, his avatar continued to fight the birdman, and his real body summoned back the arrow that he had just shot. "I'll let you know what despair is." Ling Xiao swallowed another divine pill, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. His aura immediately locked onto the birdman fighting the 13th prince, and then the arrow left the bow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky like a meteor, shooting straight toward the birdman. The birdman was using all his strength to deal with the terrifying energy that the 13th prince had erupted with. By the time he noticed the divine arrow, it was already too late. "No! Get the hell out of my way!" Jam roared in shock. He brandished his divine weapon and blocked the arrow. Rumble! The power of the divine arrow exploded at this moment. The top-grade divine artifact in the birdman's hand had already been shattered, but he managed to escape. Only half of his body was blown up, and he was severely injured. However, he could still recover if he wanted to. Light of God, heaven reversing technique. That birdman's vitality was astonishing. He instantly let out a cry, and a ball of light slid around his body, restoring his damaged body. His half-destroyed body actually grew back at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim, "His recovery speed is so fast." The Winged Clan used to be the dormitory of the Demon Tiger Clan, and they were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven region. Without a trump card, how could they be arrogant? However, he had forgotten that there was still a golden true dragon roaring at him. His body had been severely injured, and although his recovery speed was no slower than Kim people's ancient emperor's divine art, he could not escape the fate of being swallowed alive by the 13th prince. After dealing with this birdman, Ling Xiao once again summoned the arrow. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, go and help the others. Kill that werewolf as soon as possible." In another direction, there was only one werewolf. It was clearly impossible for him to deal with Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and the mad monk. However, that werewolf was able to deal with them, preventing them from supporting him. Moreover, the werewolf was strong enough to deal with Ling Gang and the others. If the 13th prince joined in, the situation would be completely different. Ling Xiao was only left with one last birdman, and he wanted to properly deal with this birdman. However, that birdman seemed to have sensed that the aura of his companions had disappeared, and his expression became solemn. He already had the intention to escape. What kind of divine bow is this Kim people holding? Could it be the legendary Bodhi divine bow, or the sun-slaying divine bow? Jet thought anxiously. He could only fight to a draw with Ling Xiao's clone with the quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand. If Ling Xiao shot arrows at him again, it would be terrible. As expected, Ling Xiao's true body drew the bow again, and a green light shone brightly. Jet was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He used all his strength to force Ling Xiao's divine soul clone away and exclaimed, "How dare you kill the Winged Clan? Even if you are Kim people's subordinate, you will die a horrible death." After saying that, he spread his wings and quickly shuttled through the space, retreating in defeat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he escaped, the aura of Ling Xiao's true body weakened, and his entire body became weak. His divine soul clone's soul power was also greatly consumed, and the two quickly merged back into one. Ling Xiao took out a divine pill, and immediately swallowed it. After shooting 2 arrows in a row, Ling Xiao's body was almost unable to take it anymore. Every arrow almost consumed all of his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to continuously shoot arrows with the Bodhi divine bow, he had to at least reach the level of a true paragon. Only then would he not have to worry about the consumption of divine power. After all, this Bodhi divine bow was a complete mid-grade ancient divine weapon. It was already very impressive for a god king like him to be able to draw the bow. At this time, with the addition of the 13th prince, the other werewolf was finally killed by their combined forces. All the other holy beasts were also killed, and not a single one was left. Only one birdman managed to escape, and the rest were all dead. On Ling Xiao's side, a total of 22 people died, leaving only 8 people, the 13th prince and the wastrel. As for Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei, they were still seriously injured even under the intentional protection of the evil Arch and the mad monk. Fortunately, it was only the body that was injured, and this could be completely healed. If it was the head that was injured, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao looked at his companions who had died because of him, and at the woman he loved being so seriously injured, and a wave of anger rose to the sky. Dark Shadow Sect, Beastmen Clan, Winged Clan. Wait until I become a paragon, I will definitely kill you bastards first. Ling Xiao made up his mind and shouted. Chapter 1359. If the Dark Shadow Clan hadn't spread the news of him getting the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to the other clans, Ling Xiao didn't think that they would come to trouble him. After all, the ancient clans usually lived in seclusion. Thus, Ling Xiao had to blame the Dark Shadow Clan for this. At this moment, Ling Gang dragged his wounded body to Ling Xiao and said, "Uncle Xiao, we the Kim people can't just let it go." The Kim people had swaggered in the Sky Dragon area, but they had rarely encountered such a big ambush. Today, many of their fellows had died. Although many of them were from the branch families, they represented the Kim people's reputation. This had hurt the Kim people's reputation. They had to respond. Otherwise, how could they maintain their reputation as the first ancient clan of the Kim people? Don't worry. If they dare to jump out, they have to bear our wrath. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Although Ling Xiao said so, he decided not to involve his clan in this. After all, it wasn't good to expose the Soul Clan's secret. Little Xiao, how did you offend those ancient clans? They sent more than half of the incipient God Realm beasts. Damn it, it's not easy to deal with them. Evil Emperor came to Ling Xiao with blood all over his body. Mad Monk smiled. He's like you, isn't he a troublemaker? I'm sure he got some divine item that they want. Teacher, father-in-law, you're right. I got it from the chaotic burial space. It's the divine item they want. Ling Xiao pointed at the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead. He didn't need to hide many things from his family. He didn't want them to worry about him. In fact, they had noticed the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's head. However, they didn't know what level it was. As they saw more than half of the incipient God Realm experts attacking Ling Xiao, they could confirm that Ling Xiao's divine hoop wasn't an ordinary divine item. There's no time to lose. We need to hurry back. There might be other people who want to attack you, said Ling Gang. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go, we'll settle this debt sooner or later." Ling Xiao knew that these things could not be rushed. After each of them took a divine pill, he began to leave through Shirtian City and hurriedly returned to the Dragon Gate. Not long after Ling Xiao's team had left, the half-incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan arrived. It was just that they were a step too late, and had no way of knowing the outcome of this battle. But when they saw some severed limbs on the ground and the corpses of werewolves and bearmen, they guessed that the beastmen had suffered a great loss. The leader of the Dark Shadow clansmen immediately returned to the clan to report this. Since they could kill these half-incipient God Realm beastmen, their strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps they also had the half-incipient God Realm experts accompanying Kim people. They had to plan ahead of time. If Kim people really wanted to attack them, it would be troublesome. Along the way, Ling Xiao's team met some clowns, but they were not as strong as the first group. They were probably just paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts and did not dare to attack Ling Xiao's team. Ling Xiao's team did not dare to confirm which clan these people belonged to, so they did not attack them. Ling Xiao's team hurried on their way and soon returned to the Dragon Gate. In front of the strongest sect in the Sky Dragon territory, no one dared to be rude to them. After all, there were several famous existences in the legendary list in the Dragon Gate. No force in the Sky Dragon territory dared to provoke them. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the clan. There were some things he had to decide as soon as possible. As soon as Ling Xiao came out of the spatial formation, Ling Fei flew over to greet him. "You brat, you're finally back. I was so worried." Ling Fei exclaimed to Ling Xiao. "Brother, what happened?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Fei. "What else could it be? Of course, it's about the forefather. The patriarch and the others are waiting for you to come back to discuss it." Ling Fei replied. "Yes, I just came back. I did not dare to delay this important matter." Ling Xiao responded and immediately went to the meeting hall with Ling Fei. When Ling Xiao arrived at the meeting hall, the elders of the Kim people were already gathered there. At the same time, there were a few faces that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Seeing that they were sitting in front of the great elder Ling Qiu, Ling Xiao knew that these people were definitely the elders of the older generation in the clan. They might not care about the affairs of the world normally, but they had no choice but to come out and listen to the important matters of the forefather. As soon as Ling Xiao came in, he immediately greeted all the elders. Patriarch Ling Bo immediately asked, "Ling Xiao, tell us the situation of the forefather again." Even though Ling Fei had already reported it to them, they wanted to hear the person in question say it again to determine what to do next. Unhurriedly, Ling Xiao narrated the exact words that the old ancestor told him when he found the old ancestor, not leaving out a single word. After listening to it, everyone knew that it was almost the same as what Ling Fei had said. Great Elder Ling Qiu was the first to speak. "How can the forefather be so righteous in this matter? Anyway, it is only a matter of time before the Xianling continent perishes, and he still did that. I really don't know what to say." Ling Qiu's words deeply resonated with the others, and they all secretly nodded their heads. In their eyes, the lives of those ordinary people were as insignificant as ants, while the lives of their ancestors were incomparably precious. No matter where they went, the dignified top 10 supremes were the most powerful existences. How could they sacrifice their lives for some ordinary people? That was simply not worth it. At this time, Ling Wei said, "Don't you understand the forefather's character?" Pausing for a while, he continued, "The forefather has always been kind, and he misses us a lot. He told us these things because he wants us to collect enough Genesis stones to arrange the Genesis Great Formation, to restore the vitality of the Xianling continent. After all, it is our ancestral land. If we can do what the forefather said, perhaps we will move back to our ancestral land one day." That's right. Brother Wei's words truly understand the ancestor's temperament. He has always been kind, and as long as ordinary people don't treat him too excessively, he will disdain to deal with them. I remember when I committed a crime when I was a child and was almost punished, it was the ancestor who pleaded for me. He is the kindest person in my clan, but this is also his weakness. But it is because of this that he has reached the peak of perfection, said another elder from the Jin clan. The others all showed their agreement after listening to him. Patriarch Ling Bo said, "Are we really going to find the 9 incipient godstones like the forefather asked us to? We have been spreading the news for 1 year, but we didn't get any Genesis stone. We the Kim people only have the golden origin stone. We still need the other 8. It's not easy to find them. We can find some of them, but it won't be easy to get them if we don't pay the price." Another Kim people said, "No matter what, since the old ancestor has made such a request, we will do our best. Anyway, we still have some time. If we really can't find all of them, we must rescue the old ancestor even if we have to forcefully destroy everything." Another person said firmly. His words resonated with the others. No matter what, they didn't want to go against the forefather's plan unless they had no other choice. As Ling Xiao listened to their discussion, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Most of the old people here were at the Great Master realm. With them, it wouldn't be a problem to find the Genesis stones. However, from their discussion, Ling Xiao heard another problem. Finding the Formation Master, who could arrange the great formation of the Genesis stones, was also the most difficult task. In the Heaven territory, there were divine formation masters, but only 2 or 3 of them were the top divine formation masters. Moreover, each of them was a proud and aloof existence. They were also the great masters who rarely showed their faces. Asking them for help was as hard as climbing up to the sky. However, they had to do it. Thus, they had to do it separately. On one hand, they would trade with other items. If anyone could provide the Genesis stone, the Kim people would pay the price. Even if they knew the information about the Genesis stone, they could get a high income. On the other hand, they would send people to the outer space to find the Genesis stones. The outer space was above the 9 heavens. After crossing the space barrier to the outer space, there were many independent continents. There were places with life and places without life. There were even ancient continents where the supreme materials that the great masters needed could be found. The outer space was the battlefield of the great masters. That year, the grudge between the Kim people and the Demon Tiger tribe happened in the outer space. In order to fight for the rare cultivation resources, everyone would fight each other. As for the divine formation masters, the Kim people could only send people to look for them. Through these arrangements, they believed that the Kim people would have some effect. However, it was unknown whether they could accomplish this. Since things had reached this stage, there was basically nothing for Ling Xiao to do. However, just when he thought that he could relax, Ling Feiwu personally rushed to the tribe from outside the sect. Greetings, great uncle Ling Xiao. Although Ling Feiwu had become the outer sect master, he couldn't not respect Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's seniority was there. After Ling Xiao's name was established as the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao's position in the tribe was much higher. Thus, Ling Feiwu didn't dare to put on any airs as a sect master. Feiwu, what's so important that you have to rush back? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Feiwu took out a golden invitation card and passed it to Ling Xiao. This is an invitation from the Alchemy Alliance. It'll be held in Heaven's origin city on the Tianyuan continent half a year from now. They're inviting you to attend. Ling Xiao received the invitation card with a stomach full of doubts. In reality, he had once understood a few things about the medicine union, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He possessed the inheritance of the medicine god. With his ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a sovereign medicine god. There was no need for him to travel thousands of miles to learn. He immediately said to Ling Feiwu, I won't be going to the meeting held by the medicine union. Let someone else represent our Dragon Gate. Chapter 1360. Ling Xiao was only a divine alchemist, but he was already a peak-level divine king. As long as he focused on cultivation and passed the last hurdle, he would be able to transcend the mortal world and become a supreme being that stood above everyone else. All life and death would be in his hands. There was nothing he couldn't do. As for the sovereign alchemy god realm, it would also break through along with his breakthrough and would not be an obstacle. Therefore, he had no interest in this pill refining conference. However, even if Ling Xiao didn't care, Ling Feiwu couldn't help but care. Great Uncle Xiao, you should think about it again. If you stand out in this alchemy conference, you will receive the guidance of the supreme alchemy god. At that time, you will become a supreme alchemy god. Ling Feiwu persuaded. Ling Xiao becoming the sovereign alchemy god meant that his status in the Dragon Gate would rise, and it also meant that the strength of Kim people would soar to another level. Whether it was for official or personal reasons, Ling Feiwu hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to participate in this gathering. Furthermore, this gathering gathered all the divine apothecaries under the age of 5,000 in the heavenly domain. Every single one of them was an existence that was proud of the heavens, and not just anyone could participate. Ling Xiao representing the Dragon Gate to participate was the glory of their Dragon Gate. After all, the Medicine Alliance had always been recognized as the #1 power in the heavenly domain, and there were countless powers that relied on them. It could be said that all the big and small forces in the Tianyuan region respected the existence of the Medicine Alliance. As long as their sovereign alchemy god raised his arm and shouted, all the forces would have to listen to their orders. In addition, every once in a while, the Dragon Gate would send people to the Medicine Alliance to auction off the extremely rare Sovereign Dan. And every time they went, they might not even be able to auction it off. Therefore, Ling Feiwu also hoped that Ling Xiao would make a trip to the Medicine Alliance. If he could form a relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial to their Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao could see Ling Feiwu's urgency, and after hesitating for a moment, he still decided not to sweep away this new sect master. In any case, it would only take a year to go back and forth, so it wouldn't take too long. However, now that he had become the target of the ancient clan's crusade, he would be ambushed and killed if he went out recklessly. He had no choice but to be on guard. As long as the supreme martial artists don't make a move, it's not difficult to fight or escape. Moreover, it's also beneficial for me to advance if I can exchange blows with them. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Following this, he agreed to Ling Feiwu's request to make a trip to the Tianyuan domain and participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Feiwu exhaled in relief. Then he asked for more things that Ling Xiao needed. He planned to arrange a half-incipient God Realm Protector, an elder to go with him. They couldn't weaken the prestige of the Dragon Gate. At the same time, he also learned from Ling Gang that Ling Xiao had been attacked. As the Gate Master, he had no choice but to take it seriously. With a half-incipient God Realm expert, Ling Xiao thought it was feasible. At the same time, he suggested that he didn't need any King God Realm expert to go with him. Otherwise, if they got ambushed on the way, they would just die for nothing. After a preliminary discussion, Ling Xiao decided to leave for the Tianyuan continent in 3 days. Within these 3 days, Ling Xiao had to find a place to settle the people he had brought here. Ling Gang was in charge of reactivating the power of the Ling family's bloodline. He would decide whether or not to let them stay in the clan's land based on the strength of their bloodline. Ling Zhao's women, of course, were arranged to live on the lone peak of the Dragon Gate. As for the others, they were arranged to stay in the city so that they could adapt to the lifestyle in the Heaven Territory first. Ling Xiao had arranged people to take care of them, so they didn't need to worry about anything. As for rebuilding the proud smiling palace in the Qingyan realm, Ling Xiao had temporarily forgotten about it. Anyway, with his current competence, he wasn't strong enough to establish a sect in the Heaven Territory. Moreover, the Dragon Gate had solved its internal problem. With its support, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, if he could restore the primordial energy of the Xianling continent in the future, the proud smiling palace in the Central Territory would become his base. Ling Xiao arranged them as fast as he could and asked Ling Gang to take care of them personally. After all, Ling Xiao didn't bring them to the Heaven Territory to be bullied by others. He absolutely didn't want anyone to bully his people. Ling Gang respected Ling Xiao more when he knew that Ling Xiao had the competence to kill half-incipient God Realm experts. He believed that as long as he worked hard to follow his uncle Xiao, he would get more benefits in the future. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the other 3 half-incipient God Realm experts left for the Heaven Source area through the space formation. The Heaven Source area was the center of the 5 territories. They had to go through the Eastern Territory Gate. With the speed of Ling Zhao's team and the transportation speed of the space formations, it would take them almost 2 months to reach the Eastern Territory Gate. Ling Zhao's team kept a low profile. They didn't stop along the way, rushing at full speed. However, when they passed by a city called the Tao Family City, they heard a piece of news. It was about the new Senjin of Goguryeo, Dingudu, challenging Tao Fuliu, who was ranked 488th on the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking list. Dingudu was the same as Ling Xiao. He was a dark horse among the group of people who had competed for the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking list 3 or 4 years ago. Just like Ling Xiao, he was just a high-level God King. However, he could defeat many peak God Kings and get the title of Senjin of Goguryeo. Today, he had the guts to challenge someone who was ranked 400 when he was ranked around 900. It was a big gap, which made people speechless. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in Dingudu, but he admired his courage. Brother Xiao, I remember that you are ranked 957th on the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking list, right? Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, what about it? I think you should upgrade your strength. Sometimes the ranking is very important. It represents the face of our Kim people." Ling Fei said seriously. To be honest, Ling Xiao had passed the age where fame mattered. He didn't care much about the limelight. However, he felt that Ling Fei's words made sense. As a member of Dragon Gate and Kim people, he might have the obligation to upgrade his ranking to prove his strength. At the same time, he could also win glory for Dragon Gate and Kim people. This was a collective sense of glory. Whether he wanted to think about it or not, it still existed. Then let's go and have a look. Maybe I can pick up something. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. To be honest, he didn't really care about a ranking above 400. With his strength, he should have challenged the Senjin of Goguryeo in the top 100, or even the top 10 Senjin of Goguryeo. However, since he had encountered a challenge from the Senjin of Goguryeo, there was no harm in Ling Xiao going to have a look. Whether he would fight or not was secondary. Tao Fuliu was a famous god king. He had been the Senjin of Goguryeo for nearly 5,000 years. He could be considered as an old-fashioned Senjin of Goguryeo. He had a lot of prestige in this area. He was also a guardian elder of the Tao family, a rising family in this area. In the beginning, the Tao family was just a small force. However, after Tao Fuliu became the Senjin of Goguryeo, the Tao family quickly gained the favor of other small forces and became a medium-sized family. Anyone who became the Senjin of Goguryeo couldn't sit back and relax. They still had to face all kinds of challenges. If they didn't accept the challenge, they would be viewed as cowards. Therefore, while they gained fame, they also brought a lot of trouble. Unless they could kill so many challengers that they were afraid, no one would come to find trouble with them. Tao Fuliu had accepted no less than 100 challenges in the years he became the Senjin of Goguryeo. Those peak god kings who challenged him had already become souls of the dead under his saber. In the past 1,000 years, no one dared to challenge him. Ding Gudu was the first person to challenge him in the past 1,000 years. However, Tao Fuliu wasn't surprised by Ding Gudu's challenge. Ever since he knew that Ding Gudu won the Senjin of Goguryeo position, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Others might not know the inside story, but he knew his own affairs. This concubine disciple that he had personally chased out of the Tao family had come for revenge. Ding Gudu followed his mother's surname. In fact, the Tao family's bloodline flowed in his body. His father was also an outstanding disciple of the Tao family. However, because he had a conflict with Tao Fuliu, he was expelled from the Tao family by Tao Fuliu. Moreover, his father's martial strength was crippled, causing his father to die of depression. The moment his father died, Ding Gudu made up his mind that one day, he would slay Tao Fuliu with his sword to comfort his father's soul. In the past 1,000 years, he had experienced countless life and death experiences to finally reach his current realm. Now was the time for him to take revenge. After killing Tao Fuliu and eliminating the people of the Tao family who had mistreated his family, he would have no more worries. For this battle, they arranged to fight in a desolate mountain range outside of the Tao family. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, there were already many people gathered there. There were many divine kings, but most of them were holy emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but worry for the safety of these holy emperors. The battle of the Senjin of Goguryeo was not something they could come and watch. Any sputtering energy would be enough to take their lives. There were two people high up in the sky. One was a middle-aged man holding a divine sword. There was not a hint of nervousness on his face, and his aura was extremely domineering. Beside him was a water attribute 10th tier holy beast. The other figure looked much younger. It was Ding Gudu, whom Ling Xiao had met before. He did not have a deep impression of Ding Gudu, but the fact that he could seize the title of Senjin of Goguryeo with the strength of a high-level divine king still attracted his attention. At this moment, when he saw Ding Gudu again, Ling Xiao could actually sense Ding Gudu's dense hostility. It was as if there was a demon floating behind him. A torrential killing intent spread out in all directions. The battle was about to begin. Ding Gudu did not say a single word to Tao Fuliu. He rode on his peak-grade heaven tiger and charged towards Tao Fuliu with a true ancient god artifact in his hand. The power that Ding Gudu unleashed finally made Tao Fuliu realize how terrifying Ding Gudu was. However, Taofuliu was able to kill his way to the top 400. How could an ordinary peak-grade divine king compare to him? When the two Senjin of Goguryeo met, monstrous power began to collide in the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 1361. Every Senjin of Goguryeo represented the pinnacle of God King's battle prowess. The battle between them could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Taofuliu was a veteran Senjin of Goguryeo, and his ranking wasn't low at all. There was no doubt about his battle prowess. However, Dingudu had already placed his life on the line. Furthermore, his battle prowess had increased greatly with the ancient divine artifact in hand. He had comprehended the baleful tiger chi, which made him even more powerful. Ling Xiao seriously watched their battle, and discovered that the two of them were basically evenly matched. Neither of them had much of an advantage, causing the battle to be rather intense. However, as the battle dragged on, Taofuliu clearly became a little impatient. After all, as a peak god king, he couldn't suppress Dingudu, who was a high-level god king, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Moreover, Dingudu's ancient divine artifact was quite powerful, so he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. As for Dingudu, he was like an indomitable warrior. Every move he made was filled with his full strength. That dense evil aura and killing intent soared to the sky. That ancient divine artifact carried a very terrifying might, allowing him to have the ability to fight above his level. Furthermore, he had a half-ancient divine artifact defensive divine shield in his hand. He could attack and defend at any time. He was not any weaker than this veteran Senjin of Goguryeo. After a desperate battle, many of those holy emperor who were too close were killed by the shockwaves. At this time Ling Fei said, "That Taofuliu is going to lose." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "He is going to lose, but Dingudu won't be able to win either." Following Ling Xiao's words, several god kings actually charged towards Dingudu at the same time. "Taofuliu, you despicable person." Dingudu used the half-ancient divine artifact to block the joint attack of these people, but he was sent flying far away. He couldn't help but curse loudly. He knew that although the Tao family wasn't a super clan, they still had more than 10 godly kings. Furthermore, after Taofuliu became the Senjin of Goguryeo, he had made quite a few godly king friends. This was something that Dingudu was very clear about. That was why he couldn't just kill his way to Taofuliu's doorstep. Instead, he sent a challenge letter, hoping to kill Taofuliu openly. This way, he did not need to worry about being surrounded and attacked by others. After all, in front of everyone in the hall, he felt that Taofuliu, the Senjin of Goguryeo, would definitely not do such a thing with his proud personality. Unfortunately, his estimation was still wrong. When faced with the threat of death, people would do anything. "You bastard, don't think you can forget your roots just because you've become the Senjin of Goguryeo. You actually dare to kill your uncle. Your death is not to be regretted." Taofuliu shouted in alarm. He cooperated with the others and chased after Dingudu. He looked at Dingudu's ancient divine weapon with a greedy look. He thought to himself, as long as I snatch this brat's ancient divine weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase. It's simply a waste of God's gift in his hands. Hey, you old bastard, if it wasn't because you saw that my father, Tenbin, was higher than you and threatened your position in the family, you used despicable methods to cripple my father. My father and mother wouldn't have died. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will perish together with you. Dingudu's eyes were scarlet red. He roared in alarm. The ancient divine weapon in his hand was unleashed to the limit as he charged towards the divine kings who were surrounding him. Dingudu is going all out. The divine king who just got close to him was instantly blasted away by him. He vomited blood nonstop. Taofuliu took the opportunity to attack Dingudu from behind. The others also worked together to attack. Dingudu clenched his teeth and used all his strength to attack and defend at the same time. However, he was still unable to withstand the overwhelming number of people. He wanted to escape, but he was already surrounded by his opponents. His heavenly tiger was also surrounded by a few saint beasts. The situation was not looking good. Dingudu knew that there was no way out. He simply gave up on the idea of escaping and charged towards Taofuliu. He completely ignored the attacks of the others and wholeheartedly wanted to drag Taufolia down with him. Unfortunately, Taufolia did not fight with his life on the line. He only restrained him and gave the others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Most of the people who had been watching the battle had already fled. If they stayed, they would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps they would be silenced by Taufolia. The challenge between the Sunjin of Goguryeo was originally a battle that attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, it turned into a situation where more people bullied the less. It was really not a glorious thing. Ling Xiao and the others naturally did not leave. They also did not expect that it would turn into such a good show. I really don't know how some people managed to get the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. Right now he could not bear to see Taufolia besiege Dingudu. This was simply a disgrace to the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Let's go. There's no point in watching any longer. Ling Fei said. Why should we go? Didn't brother just say that you want me to raise my ranking again? Now is the best time. Ling Xiao said. His figure shot towards the direction of the fierce battle. Seeing injustice on the road, he roared. Actually, not many people would do such a thing. Many people would choose to put their own safety first. Ling Xiao also did not think of himself as a righteous person. However, he could not bear to see Taufolia's despicable methods. No matter what, he was still a Sunjin of Goguryeo. After accepting the opponent's challenge, he still did such a thing. It was truly a disgrace to the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo. Ling Fei had just asked him to raise his ranking. Ling Xiao might as well use Taufolia as an example. At this time, Dingudu was already seriously injured. Even though he was a Sunjin of Goguryeo, Taufolia was restraining him from the front. Moreover, the surrounding godly kings were constantly launching sneak attacks. It was difficult for him to resist. At this time, one of the godly kings was about to stab Dingudu's back with his divine sword. This godly king's face revealed a fierce expression. He must end Dingudu's life with this sword. However, just as his sword was inches away from Dingudu, he felt a gust of wind coming from the back of his head. Bang! His brain was instantly smashed. Even when he died, he did not know what had happened. His divine soul fled in panic, but unfortunately, there was a force that forcefully pulled him in a certain direction. Today has truly broadened my horizons. The name of Sunjin of Goguryeo has been sullied by a coward like you. Ling Xiao sneered at Taufolia after looting the dead person's belongings. Taufolia leapt in fright at the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. The surrounding god kings all raised their guard as well, suspecting whether this person was Dingudu's reinforcements or not. Who are you? You clearly know this king's identity, yet you still dare to meddle in other people's business. Are you tired of living? Taufolia stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level godly king beside him transmitted his voice to him. He seems to be the newly promoted Sunjin of Goguryeo Dragon Gate's Ling Xiao. Dingudu shot a cold glance at Ling Xiao, his eyebrows raised. He did not expect Ling Xiao to appear here, and even help him. You don't need to know who I am. Today, I will take your head and replace your position. A person like you is not worthy to be the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed towards Taufolia. Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of Taufolia. The others simply could not react. Taufolia was indeed worthy of being the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Although his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, his reaction speed was astonishing. The long sword in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash seemed to split the sky. The power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's movement technique had already reached the transformation realm. Taufolia's sword light could only slash Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao had already swung the dragon's subduing palm at him. Roar roar. Several golden dragons rushed towards Taufolia. The power was rather powerful, causing the surrounding space to constantly collapse and churn. Taufolia's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so fast and terrifying. The divine sword in his hand immediately swung out, forming an iron barrel-like defense around him. Let's kill him together. Taufolia did not forget to call for reinforcements. There were 8 other divine kings. 3 of them surrounded Dingudu, while the other 5 attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Since you're all here to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Ling Xiao muttered viciously. He dodged their combined attack and rushed to the back of one of them. With a palm strike, he immediately blew up his opponent's head. When the other saw his companion killed in an instant, he immediately shivered in fear. His eyes were filled with fear. Tao Fuliu did not expect that Ling Xiao could be that ruthless. He was even more direct than Dinguda's hand. He screamed and used his most powerful strike. He had to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise he would think that he, the Sunjin of Goguryeo, could get rid of him easily. The quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand radiated dazzling divine light. Beams of sword energy began to move. Sword moves the divine court. This was an ancient divine technique that Tao Fuliu had relied on to become famous. Its power was incomparably terrifying. The sword energy had minced the area tens of thousands of miles around into nothingness. All of the spaces were disintegrated. Space slits appeared. This technique had the full power of a half-incipient God realm expert. It was worthy of the power of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Now it's interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was strong. He didn't retreat because of the power of this technique. His fighting power finally boiled up. Several golden dragon claws swiped at the god kings who hadn't retreated far. He forcefully pulled the few god kings into Tao Fuliu's wave after wave of sword chi. Those god kings were cut by Tao Fuliu's sword energy. They screamed and screamed, blood gushing out of their wounds. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, used his arms as godly arms to block all the sword chi. However, the power of the quasi-ancient divine weapon wasn't weak. Both of his arms were slashed. What? Tao Fuliu saw that Ling Xiao had used only his body to block his powerful strike. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao even if he stayed. Plus, there was still Dingudu. His only option was to retreat immediately. However, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? The great Sunjin of Goguryeo fled without a fight. You're really something, Ling Xiao said mockingly. He chased after Tao Fuliu like the wind. The dragon subduing palm struck out. In the sky, several golden dragons appeared, roaring and wreaking havoc for tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 1362. If Ling Xiao used all of his power, he wouldn't be weaker than a half-incipient God realm expert. Each of his palms contained a great momentum that could tear the chaotic space basin. Tao Fuliu was blown away a long distance away. If he wasn't wearing the godly armor, the power of these palms would have been enough to take his life. Damn it. That bastard has hooked up with such a strong helper. What a blunder. Tao Fuliu cursed under his breath, dragging his wounded body to run away. Unfortunately, his speed wasn't worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was using the subduing dragon palm smoothly. His palm intent was approaching the perfect realm. He had struck Tao Fuliu so hard that he didn't know what to do. Tao Fuliu knew that he couldn't run away. He wanted to counterattack, but he couldn't lock his target. The other was too fast. He could only defend. He couldn't let Ling Xiao approach him. Otherwise he would be smashed into meat paste. However, after defending for a long time, facing Ling Xiao's fierce attacks, Tao Fuliu couldn't endure it anymore. Ling Xiao had forcefully hit him. Ling Xiao seized the chance when Tao Fuliu couldn't catch his breath. He approached Tao Fuliu and pounded his palms on Tao Fuliu's chest. Puff. Tao Fuliu was blown away like a cannonball. Blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao followed him like a shadow. His feet treaded in the air. His footprints pushed Tao Fuliu away. Many bones in Tao Fuliu's body were broken, and many footprints were left on his god armor. His entire body crashed into a barren mountain, directly smashing the barren mountain into smithereens, the rock fragments splashing everywhere. Ling Xiao chased after him, stomping on Tao Fuliu's chest as he was trying to get up. Spare my life. Tao Fu looked at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. He was now hiding the fear in his eyes. This Ling Xiao did not look like the newly promoted Qian Divine King. He was simply not much weaker than those madmen in the top 100. He had actually beaten him to such a state with his bare hands. He was truly convinced of his defeat. If I spare you, I won't give you your ranking. Moreover, I feel ashamed that the Sunjin of Goguryeo has such an existence like you. Ling Xiao said coldly, stomping on him with all of his strength. Puff! Tao Fulia's chest caved in. Blood gushed out one more time. Right after that, Ling Xiao stomped on his chest. A gray-black murderous aura gushed into Tao Fulia's body and eroded his vitality. The 488th Senjin of Goguryeo was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Just as Ling Xiao took away Tao Fulia's things, yes, God appeared in the sky, and a beam of divine light shone down on Ling Xiao from the sky. This was the Senjin of Goguryeo divine light. Thinking back to when Ling Xiao destroyed the 2 Senjin of Goguryeo divine lights, he would not do the same thing this time. After the divine light continued to shine on his body for a while, it shamefully disappeared, and his relevant information appeared high up in the sky. His ranking directly jumped from 957th to 488th. This news would soon be known by the others in the Heavenly Dragon region. The number on the Senjin of Goguryeo token in Ling Xiao's space ring also changed automatically. Ling Xiao had just sensed the vastness of the divine light. It contained an inexplicable power, as if someone was manipulating all of this, making him unable to grasp it or sense it clearly. At this time, the 3 god kings who besieged Ding Gudu all died in his hands. Ding Guda's entire body was stained with blood. Like a god of death, his ordinary face exuded a strong sense of unwillingness. I want to challenge you, Ding Gudu said resolutely to Ling Xiao with the trident in his hand. Although his purpose in challenging Tao Fulia was for revenge, he also wanted to take Tao Fulia's position as the Senjin of Goguryeo. In his opinion, Tao Fulia would definitely lose to him, but something like this happened, allowing Ling Xiao to pick up Ping Yi. Ding Gudu knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. The fact that he was able to win the title of the Senjin of Goguryeo battle was enough to prove his strength. However, he was also a proud and aloof person who did not pursue many things in life. Besides revenge, he wanted to make a name for himself in the heaven domain and set foot on the peak of martial strength. He had a fearless heart and had long ago become indifferent to life and death. Therefore, he did not mind challenging Ling Xiao now. He felt that he might not necessarily lose. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at Ding Gudu and said lightly, "If you want to challenge me, you have to immediately restore your divine power. I'll give you this opportunity." There was never a shortage of arrogant geniuses in this world. Many people felt that they were invincible within the same realm, but they did not know that there was always someone better than them. Ling Xiao had never felt that he was truly invincible within the same realm, but he had long since developed a strong fighting spirit and confidence. Although Ding Gudu's strength was not bad, he was still not qualified to defeat Yang Kai. Ding Gudu looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look. He pinched a divine pill in his hand and quickly swallowed it. His 10th tier top-notch heavenly tiger had also returned to his side. This heavenly tiger was a holy beast that was infinitely close to the white tiger divine beast. Its combat power was extraordinary. Just now, it was besieged by several holy beasts, but it still managed to kill 3 of them and stood in an invincible position. Its tiger eyes stared at Ling Xiao, exuding an inviolable king's might. Ling Xiao looked at this heavenly tiger with his hands behind his back. In his heart, he somewhat admired this big guy. If it could obtain the white tiger's tooth, it would not be a problem to become a real divine beast. The white tiger was in charge of killing. That was the Lord of Heaven fiends. Its combat power was comparable to the dragon's. Whoever could obtain a white tiger as a mount would be the fortune of 3 lifetimes. It was just that Ling Xiao was somewhat greedy. He already had 3 divine beasts following him, but he was still thinking about other divine beasts. It was really disdainful. Ling Fei and the others had been waiting all along. They did not go forward to dissuade Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety. Moreover, dealing with a high-level god king was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The wind whistled past. Ding Guda's thin body was once again filled with battle intent. Streams of elemental energy crisscrossed around his body, and a vicious aura gradually rose. This was the baleful tiger chi. It had the special power to suppress the opponent's combat power. At the same time, it could also enhance one's own killing intent. Recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Ding Gudu indifferently and asked. Ding Gudu pointed his trident at Ling Xiao and said, "I've recovered." Let's have a fair fight. My strength is above yours. It is already destined that I can't have a fair fight, Ling Xiao said as he moved. He did not want to waste time here with Ding Gudu. He directly suppressed this person and let him know that there is always someone better than you in this world. To deal with the metal attribute, Ling Xiao chose the 9-sun-burning heaven fist. The torrential fist intent blasted the space, causing it to collapse and tumble. Waves of extreme yang flames burned towards Ding Gudu. Every single punch was like a mountain crashing down. Every single punch was enough to destroy several cities. Just how terrifying was the power behind it? Ding Gudu brandished his trident and dispersed Ling Xiao's fiery fists one by one. However, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was cracked by Ling Xiao's fist energy. He almost lost the ancient divine tool in his hand. So powerful. Ding Gudu was not afraid at all. Quite the contrary, his fighting will was burning fiercely. Tiger murderous aura stormed towards Ling Xiao. It was like several heavenly tigers opened their terrifying mouths wide to bite Ling Xiao. Their deep fangs were bloodthirsty, which made people frightened. Ling Xiao was not affected by the tiger murderous aura. Quite the contrary, his dragon-shaped fighting spirit soared up. A gold true dragon roared and bit towards the heavenly tigers. In the face of Ding Gudu's powerful attack, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his fists and unleashed the 9-sun sky-burning fist with extreme fist intent. The raging fire wrapped around Ding Gudu. Ding Gudu wasn't weak. The low-grade ancient divine tool, the trident, was absolutely beyond the peak king god realm. It was pretty close to the attack of a half-incipient god realm expert. Unfortunately, in front of Ling Xiao's absolute competence, it was still not enough. Ding Gudu's tiger murderous aura couldn't subdue Ling Xiao. He was forced to retreat. I thought you were really strong. Lose for me. Ling Xiao looked disdainful. He screamed in fright. His fists were like 2 brilliant suns. 9 brilliant suns moved like the stars. His power seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Tens of thousands of miles of space had been bombarded into nothingness. Ding Gudu recognized the intimidation of this attack. He gritted his teeth and roared in fear. The trident in his hand also performed his best attack. At the same time, the half-ancient divine shield in his other hand was ready to defend. Boom boom boom. The battle between the tiger and the dragon in the sky was really brutal. It had even changed the color of the wind and clouds. Ding Gudu's top heavenly tiger also joined the battle to help its master. Ling Xiao was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. His fighting will surged as he continuously drew his god power. Countless fist intents filled the area. After a fierce battle, Ding Gudu's figure was sent flying. The trident in his hand actually fell out of his hand. Blood flowed non-stop. The sky tiger's fur was stained with heavenly fire. There were many huge fist marks on its body and blood burst out. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. His clothes were slightly messy, and there were a few cuts, but he was not injured at all. A mere high-level divine king can damage my clothes. He does have some ability. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. If he and Ding Gudu were only at the same level, there would have been a fierce battle before he could trample on him. After all, the ancient god tool in Ding Gudu's hand had a very powerful amplification. If not for his physical body being much stronger than others, he would not have dared to fight Ding Gudu bare-handed. Ding Gudu stabilized his body. There were many wounds on his body. His bloodstained appearance made him look extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, this unwillingness was quickly replaced by a kind of sadness. Ling Xiao glanced at Ding Gudu and said faintly, "Come and find me when your strength has improved. Now, even 2 of you are not a match for me." After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and shot in the direction of Ling Fei. He hurried to the eastern domain gate with them. Ding Gudu looked at the distant figure, and his eyes flashed with confusion. Chapter 1363. Brother Xiao, why didn't you take that kid in? From the looks of it, as long as you're willing to throw out a branch, you'll definitely pledge your life to follow you. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. There was no lack of examples of experts subduing other experts in the heaven region. Many experts preferred to take in geniuses of equal strength as their followers. Not only would this increase one's helper, but it would also serve as a show of strength. What's more, Dingudu was a son Jin of Goguryeo. Whoever was able to subdue him would be an incomparably glorious matter. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm not interested in these things right now. What's more, that person should be training in a divine art that overdraws one's potential. If he doesn't reach the sovereign stage, he'll definitely die. Through his previous battle with Dingudu, Ling Xiao had already sensed the strangeness of Dingudu's divine art. Moreover, he didn't have the leisure to subdue such an arrogant and unruly person for the time being. Unless he could step into the sovereign stage in the future. Ling Fei chuckled, but didn't say anything else. There were no other complications along the way. The group passed through the outer domain and arrived at the Tianyuan region. The 5 great regions of Tianyuan, Sky Dragon, Sky Tiger, Sky Sparrow, and Mysterious Sky had been separated in ancient times. In ancient times, the 5 great regions had been combined together. As for why they were separated, it was related to an ancient secret. It was likely that no one knew the reason now. The Tianyuan region was at the center of the 5 great regions, and was much more prosperous than the other 4. It wasn't because the origin energy in the Tianyuan region was stronger than the other regions, nor was it because the population was greater than the other regions. Instead, it was because of the influence of the number 1 faction in the Tianyuan region, the Medicine Alliance. Although the Medicine Alliance didn't unify the Tianyuan region, their influence was everywhere. They had the largest number of alchemists, and 70% of these alchemists came from the Medicine Alliance, while the rest all joined the Medicine Alliance in name only. With such a large number of alchemists, they had infiltrated the various factions, causing them to be extremely respectful towards the Medicine Alliance. After all, there were 3 supreme alchemists in the Medicine Alliance, more than 30 divine alchemists, and countless saint alchemists. With this kind of rallying power, there were naturally countless martial warriors who joined the Medicine Alliance. It could be said that the Medicine Alliance had great influence in the Tianyuan region. In addition, all the divine alchemists in the entire heaven domain had to pass their verification and be given a divine alchemist badge. Only then would they be recognized and be able to enjoy the free use of the space formation and the realm gate. It had to be said that the Medicine Guild not only affected the Tianyuan region, but also other regions. Many alchemists felt honored to join the Medicine Alliance. There were also many alchemists from other regions that chose to join the Medicine Alliance and not return to their original regions. This was also the reason why the various regions had far fewer alchemists than the Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao had long since understood this basic information. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the Medicine Alliance's control. They had pulled in all the alchemists' resources. It was impossible for the Medicine Alliance not to be powerful. Of course, Ling Xiao did not have any interest in joining this Medicine Alliance. His Divine Alchemist badge could only be considered a form of recognition from the Medicine Alliance, and did not mean that he was a member of the Medicine Alliance. On the way, Ling Fei told Ling Xiao a lot of things about the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, Ling Fei and the others came out with a mission, and that was to strive to auction off the sovereign god Dan after this gathering. It had to be known that only the sovereign alchemist god could refine the sovereign god Dan, and every single one of them was extremely precious. Without sufficient wealth, it was impossible to even think about the sovereign god Dan. The previous few times that Dragon Gate had sent people to auction off the sovereign god Dan, they had all returned empty-handed. This time, they had to get it. After all, the auction held by the Medicine Alliance was one of the biggest events in the heavenly region. The top powers and ancient families of the various regions would all send people over, and they were all here for the Supreme Dan. In this situation where there were too many monks and too little rice, it was naturally extremely difficult to auction the Supreme Dan. In this regard, Ling Fei and the others were very anxious. After all, they were half-incipient God realm experts. If they could auction off the sovereign god Dan, they would have a chance to increase their competence and become true supremes. This was the realm that they had been dreaming of. It should be known that there were thousands of half-incipient God realm experts, but less than 10 people could break through to become true supremes. This 1 in 100 chance was very small. However, with the sovereign god Dan, it would be different. The chance of breaking through would increase greatly. Ling Xiao understood their eagerness, and thought that the sovereign god Dan would definitely cause a storm. When there was still half a month left before the Alchemy Guild's Alchemy Conference, Ling Xiao and the others finally rushed over. The Medicine Alliance headquarters was the most prosperous city in the Tianyuan territory. The city was unimaginably spacious. Numerous luxurious buildings rose from the ground, and they seemed to be densely packed together. All the official roads were paved with rare stones, and even if a ninth-rank Saint Beast trampled on them, it would be difficult to destroy them. As soon as they stepped into the city, they immediately smelled all kinds of medicinal fragrances. There was the fragrance of medicinal pellets, and there was also the fragrance of spirit herbs, which made people feel refreshed. The surrounding shops were mainly selling spirit grasses and elixirs. Even those who set up stalls were the same. Warriors were all crowded on the official roads and inside the shops. It was very lively. Even Heavenly Dragon City and Raging Flame City couldn't compare to this level of human traffic. From time to time, there would be one or two people in alchemist attire among the crowd. They all had a unique badge on their chests. This badge represented their identity and their position in the Alchemy Alliance. All the members of the Medicine Guild were treated with respect and courtesy by the other warriors. Do you see that? Everyone from the Medicine Alliance walks with their heads held high, and everyone else has to smile. Ling Fei reminded Ling Xiao. There were more alchemists in the Tianyuan territory than in other territories, but it wasn't easy to find them. After all, not everyone could become an alchemist if they wanted to. Regardless of their rank, the alchemists of the Tianyuan region were all people of status. Who knew when they would become divine alchemists or divine alchemists? Hence, there would always be martial practitioners who would try to curry favor with them. In addition, the Alchemy Alliance attached great importance to the nurturing of every alchemist, causing them to gradually develop a prideful and superior character. In the Tianyuan territory, there were all sorts of rules and regulations that protected alchemists. For example, if a grade 6 alchemist was bullied, no matter what the reason was, once other martial artists in the Tianyuan region discovered it, they would definitely come forward to seek justice for the alchemist. Those who helped the alchemist would also be rewarded by the Medicine Union. As for the reward, it would depend on the situation. In short, these rules and regulations that protected alchemists were very popular among alchemists, and greatly increased their respected status. There was a saying in the Tianyuan territory, "It was better to offend a god king than an alchemist." These words were enough to prove how high the status of alchemists was in the Tianyuan territory. Ling Xiao joked, "Brother, if you're jealous, why don't you also get an alchemist title for fun?" "You think I don't want to? But I still need the ability to do so." Ling Fei spread his hands and said, "Let's go, we'll first find a place to settle down and then take a stroll. This is only the outskirts of Tianyuan City. The real Tianyuan City is over there. It's a floating city in the middle of a city. The Alchemy Conference is held there, and the auction is also held there. It's usually only open to alchemists, and it's not open yet." Ling Xiao nodded obediently, his gaze looking towards the distant sky above the city. Although he couldn't see the floating city, he had already understood some things about it. It was the only floating city in the Tianyuan territory. It required the combined efforts of a powerful divine array master and numerous sovereigns to create a small piece of land in outer space and build a city in the void. It represented the dignity of the greatest faction in the Tianyuan territory and represented the highest glory of alchemists. Any alchemist would feel proud to be able to live in such a city. Half a month later, Ling Xiao and the others were heading there to participate in the Alchemy Conference. Ling Xiao and the others arrived in front of a relatively lively, luxurious restaurant. There were many powerful cultivators coming and going, but most of them just wandered around the entrance and didn't enter. This location was already very close to the floating city, and this luxurious restaurant was only used to receive divine alchemists from all over the world. Those who wandered around the entrance hoped to get to know some divine alchemists and become their followers. "Brother Xiao, with your status, you can let us stay here. If you didn't come, we wouldn't have the qualifications to enter," Ling Fei said. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Ling Xiao really didn't understand what was going on. "This place is only open to those who have an invitation. It's specially designed to serve divine alchemists like you who came to participate in the conference. Ling Fei explained. Hee hee, so that's how it is. It seems like we have a special treatment. Ling Xiao laughed, then walked towards the luxurious restaurant with Ling Fei and the others. Unfortunately, before they could get close, they were immediately stopped by several divine kings. One of the black-faced high-level divine kings shouted, "Irrelevant people are not allowed to enter. Don't you know the rules?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a group of people came to his side. The black-faced divine king immediately smiled and bowed. "Divine Master Liao, you're here. Quick, come in quickly." The dozen or so people behind him also bowed at the same time, as if they were welcoming some high-class distinguished guest. Ling Xiao and the others looked to the side, and saw 8 people slowly walking over. The person in the lead raised his arrogant head and looked at them with his 2 nostrils. He walked like a tortoise, looking very cool. Chapter 1364. This person wasn't very tall, and his appearance could be said to be ordinary. No, it should be said that he was a little ugly. The combination of the facial features gave off a strange feeling. On the right side of the big mouth was a large mole. There were 2 hairs growing on the mole, giving off a very mean and disgusting feeling. However, this person was indeed a divine alchemist. Moreover, he was a young divine alchemist. He was only 4,000 years old, and was a peak low-level God King realm expert. It was rare to be able to reach God King realm at this age, and become a divine alchemist. Without alchemy tenbin, he wouldn't be able to become a divine alchemist no matter how strong he was. This person was called Liao Yin. He was a young master of the alchemy aristocratic Liao family in the Heaven Source territory. Several years ago, when he became a divine alchemist, he was publicly summoned and rewarded by the Alchemy Union. Thus, he was a famous existence in the Heaven Source territory. The people following him were all from the Liao family. There was a half-incipient god realm and 4 god kings. There were also 2 voluptuous women hugging his left and right hands. It was a very imposing scene. Just from the surface, one could tell that this person was arrogant and wanted to save face. Liao Yin looked at the black-faced god king and said, "Yes, have this divine alchemist's rooms been emptied?" "Most of the divine alchemists are here. The best 6 rooms have been reserved by me. They are just enough for divine alchemist Liao," the black-faced god king said. This black-faced god king was the supervisor in charge of receiving the divine alchemists. His name was Lu Haizi. Normally, he was one of the city guards of the Heaven Source city. In this place, the restaurant naturally didn't lack rooms. Lu Haizi purposely said this to curry favor with Liao Yin. At his realm, he didn't need God King pellets, but his disciples and grand disciples needed them. To Lu Haizi, being able to curry favor with a divine alchemist was the best resource. Perhaps one day, they would become a supreme alchemist god. Wouldn't he benefit greatly then? Liao Yin nodded with satisfaction and laughed. "Haha, good. Commander Lu, you're a good friend." Lu Haizi only said 6 rooms, so 5 of them were naturally given to his people. The last one was naturally left for him to spend the night with the 2 beauties. Liao Yin felt quite comfortable listening to Lu Haizi's words. However, just as Lu Haizi was about to welcome them in, Ling Xiao and the others once again stepped towards the entrance. Lu Haizi's subordinates once again blocked their path, and one of them shouted, "Get lost! Don't block Divine Teacher Liao's path, or don't blame us for being impolite." Usually, those who dared to enter this reception restaurant were all divine alchemists. They would all wear alchemist robes and have a divine alchemist badge on their chests to show their status. But Ling Xiao and the rest were fully armed. Anyone who saw them would feel that they were martial artists and not like alchemists at all. That was why these guards dared to berate Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao frowned, and just as he was about to take out his invitation card, another disgusting voice sounded from the other side. "Where did all of you country bumpkins come from? Could it be that you don't know that this fragrant medicine floor only receives divine medicine masters? Get lost. Don't block this divine teacher's way." The one who spoke was precisely Liao Yin, who was being carried by 2 coquettish women. His voice was dragged out, as if he was afraid that the people around him did not know that he was a divine alchemist. Where did this clown come from? Actually, being ugly isn't your fault, but being ugly and still coming out to scare people is your fault. Could it be that your parents didn't teach you this logic? Ling Xiao looked at Liao Yin in disgust and said disdainfully. People respected him a foot, he would respect them tenfold. But if other people disrespected him, and even wanted to bully and offend him, he absolutely would not let the other party have an easy time. Ling Xiao was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. On the contrary, he hated this kind of presumptuous fellow the most. If this place was not someone else's territory, he really could not wait to grab this fellow and give him a few slaps before talking. You. What did you say? Say it one more time if you have the guts. This divine teacher won't be able to vent my hatred if I don't kill you. Liao Yin instantly exploded in rage as he pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. What he hated the most was people calling him ugly. It was precisely because of his appearance that he was ridiculed by many people since childhood. But he turned his grief and indignation into strength, constantly working hard to refine pills. Only by becoming an outstanding alchemist would he be able to change his current situation. Through his efforts, he went from an ordinary alchemist to a true divine alchemist. His status in the family instantly soared. Those who once ridiculed him were now currying favor with him. Those women who hated him were itching to hug his thighs and beg to become his concubine. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this, but this ignorant brat in front of him actually dared to say such words to him. He couldn't help but be angry. Following Liao Yin's roar, Lu Haizi immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others and shouted, "Immediately kowtow to Divine Teacher Liao and admit your mistake, otherwise don't even think about leaving Tianyuan City." As soon as his voice fell, his subordinates immediately spread out and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. The godly kings in the periphery also joined in, one after another shouting in alarm. What big dog guts! To actually dare to insult a divine alchemist, they are really tired of living. Take them away and cripple them as a warning to others. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. I feel that after we deal with them, we should strip them naked and hang them outside the city as a demonstration. Let's see who still dares to disrespect Divine Teacher Liao in the future. Well said. Where did these people come from? They actually don't know our rules. They are simply courting death. Kill them, don't let them affect the other divine alchemists. Ling Zhao's words immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. One couldn't help but admit that divine alchemist's status in Tianyuan City was quite respected. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and said, "Quickly take out the invitation. Don't let these clowns jump around." As long as Ling Xiao revealed his identity as a divine alchemist, the others would not treat them like this. Ling Xiao shook his head, showing an expression that he was not in a hurry for the time being. He still wanted to see how long these clowns would keep up their act. Did you hear that? You dare to disrespect this divine teacher? You are courting death. Liao Yin said proudly. He paused for a moment before continuing. Pass under my crotch, kowtow and admit your mistake. Be this divine teacher's servant, and this divine teacher will spare your life. While speaking, Liao Yin spread his legs and pointed at his crotch, indicating for Ling Xiao to pass under it. Divine Teacher Liao is truly magnanimous, Lu Haizi said respectfully. He then turned to Ling Xiao and shouted, "Did you hear that? Divine Teacher Liao is so magnanimous, hurry up and kneel down and pass under him." At this time, many people had already come out of the restaurant to watch the show. They looked at Ling Zhao's group with wanton expressions and felt that Ling Zhao's group was too insensible. They didn't even know where they were and dared to disrespect a divine alchemist. Ling Zhao's group had become the target of public criticism. If they continued to be arrogant, it was likely that the situation would worsen. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Ling Fei shouted in alarm. "Do you think you're the only divine alchemist? We are from Dragon Gate, and this is our representative divine alchemist." Ling Fei didn't want to provoke public anger, so he impatiently pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "It would have been better if he didn't say anything," but his words caused Liao Yin's group to laugh wildly. "Haha, this little brat is a divine alchemist. I want to see if you have a screw loose." Liao Yin sneered, then paused for a moment before continuing, "I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel down and pass under me, then no matter what sect you are from, You will not be able to leave Heavenly Origin City. Hurry up and kneel, or else we won't be polite. Lu Haizi shouted like Liao Yin's lackey. At this time, another voice came from outside. How lively! Why are you all blocking this divine teacher's path? Hurry up and get out of the way. This voice was full of arrogance, as if he was the master of this place, not one bit inferior to Liao Yin. The people surrounding him made way for him, and a handsome man walked in with big strides. His flame-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his alchemist robe was adorned with a shiny badge that showed his noble status. There were 4 people behind him. 2 of them were at the half-incipient god realm. One was a high-level god king, and the other was a beautiful woman at the middle god king realm. Look, isn't that divine alchemist Fen Jingliang from the Fen family? He's here too. This divine alchemist conference is going to be interesting. Divine alchemist Fen Jingliang is only 3,000 years old. His future is even more promising than divine alchemist Liao Yin. Lower your voice. Who doesn't know that divine alchemist Fen Jingliang has an uncle who is a divine alchemist in the guild? He has the highest chance of becoming the next supreme alchemist. I heard that the Liao family and the Fun family are good friends. These country bumpkins will have a good show. Isn't that right? How dare they disrespect a divine alchemist? They must be tired of living. When Liao Yin saw who it was, he hurriedly shook off the 2 flirtatious women beside him, and then ran towards Fen Jingliang while jolting his buttocks, saying, Little brother Liang, you're here. Little sister Xiang, you're here too. Good, really good. Although Liao Yin was talking to Fen Jingliang, his lustful eyes were fixed on the beautiful women next to Fen Jingliang, and he was about to drool. One had to admit that the beautiful women next to Fen Jingliang were several times more beautiful than the 2 women he brought with him. Their bodies were even more fiery, and just looking at them would make any man's blood boil. This beautiful woman was Fen Jingliang's older sister, Fen Jingxiang. She was a bit younger than Liao Yin, so it wasn't rude for him to call her that. However, Fen Jingxiang looked at him with extreme disgust and didn't reply. Fen Jingliang politely said, So it's brother Liao, what are you all doing here? Aren't these country bumpkins looking down on us divine alchemists? They actually dared to scold me, and even wanted to force their way into the fragrant medicine tower. They're really blind. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. Liao Yin pointed at Ling Xiao and the others, then said to Lu Haizi and the others, Since they don't want to kneel, then cripple them all. Chapter 1365. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And these people in front of them weren't just local snakes. They were fierce tigers guarding this place. Whoever dared to offend them would have a tragic end. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others had just arrived at Heaven Origin City, and they had already encountered such a situation. They had to admit that they had a bad start. What's going on? Tell us. Let's see who has the guts to look down on us godly alchemists. Fen Jingliang said as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Then Lu Haizi immediately became the commentator, adding some embellishments to the story. In his words, Liao Yin was the embodiment of justice, and Ling Xiao and the others were the villains. They were not worth a single cent. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others couldn't help but admire this man's eloquence. His ability to turn things around wasn't small. After Fen Jingliang finished listening, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao and the others, revealing a playful expression as he said, Interesting, interesting. You guys actually want to enter the fragrant medicine tower in this state, and even insulted brother Liao. You really don't know what you're talking about. Little brother Liang, little sister Xiang, let's ignore these country bumpkins. Commander Lu, cripple them. I don't want to see them here. Liao Yin waved his hand. Lu Haizi's group nodded and signaled the others to attack Ling Zhao's group. Presumptuous. You think you can bully our sky dragon people? Ling Fei snorted. He released his half-incipient god realm aura, pushing back the king gods who were approaching. Lu Haizi was the first to be pushed back. If Ling Fei's subordinates hadn't been careful, he would have been hurt badly. The half-incipient god realm experts behind Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and the others became vigilant, protecting them. Rebel. You dare to resist. Everybody, let's go together and kill them. Lu Haizi struggled to get up and shouted. His face was grimaced. Although he knew the opponents were strong, he wasn't afraid of anything here. As long as a fight broke out, he believed that their half-incipient God Realm Outer Sect elders would come to help. Moreover, Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and the others had a half-incipient God Realm expert behind them. Shi Yin wasn't afraid that they could turn the sky upside down. Just as the surrounding God Kings were about to take action, another voice rang out from outside. Lu Haizi, what's going on? Why are you causing trouble here? As the voice faded, 3 people slowly walked over. The combination of 2 old men and a stunning woman immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the woman in the middle who was the most eye-catching. Her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her delicate face was covered with a thin veil, revealing her enchanting beautiful eyes. There were flame-like battle marks on her forehead. Her neck was exquisite and smooth, flashing with a sparkling jade light. A loose alchemist robe wrapped around her body, but it was still unable to hide her surging sexy parts, as well as her perky and full buttocks. Anyone who saw this woman would immediately be attracted by her wonderful temperament, and her appearance in men's clothing was even more unique, causing people to have endless fantasies. Fen Jingxiang was already a top-notch beauty, but compared to this woman, there was still a gap. This gap was in temperament. The woman constantly revealed her amorous feelings, and it wasn't something an ordinary man could resist. When Fen Jingxiang saw this woman, her beautiful eyes flashed with jealousy, but she hid it very well. Her delicate face bloomed like a flower, and she walked towards the veiled woman with a smile. Little sister Yan, long time no see. You're still so charming. After Fen Jingxiang, Fen Jingliang and Liao Yin also revealed greedy and infatuated looks towards the woman. They all knew that this woman was the Alchemy Guild's proud daughter, the goddess of Heaven's origin city. Most of the surrounding people also knew this woman's identity, and they all whispered to each other. That's the guild's goddess. Our Heaven's origin city's #1 beauty, Divine Master Yin Dai Jiaoyan? Isn't that her? She's the treasure of our guild's 3 elders, and also their successor. I didn't expect her to appear here. Yeah, she's not even 300 years old yet, but she's already at the God King realm. And she's also a genuine divine alchemist. This Tenbin is truly our Heaven's origin city. No, it should be the #1 person in the entire Heaven domain. Look at Divine Master Liao and Divine Master Liang. They both admire Goddess Yin so much. Whoever marries her will have 10 lifetimes worth of good fortune. The number of men pursuing her is enough to fill the ocean, but Goddess Yin has very high requirements. Ordinary people can't even enter her eyes. The one who spoke just now was an old man wearing a black robe beside Yin Daijiao. Lu Haizi immediately went forward and knelt on one knee. Greetings, goddess, greetings, 2 elders. Yin Daijiao was a proud daughter of the heavens, and she had an unparalleled position in the Alchemy Guild. The 2 old men were at the half-incipient God realm, and they were both inner court elders. Lu Haizi, an outer court commander, had to treat them with respect. The black-robed old man looked at Lu Haizi and asked, "Speak, what happened? Why did you start a fight in the city?" Yin Daijiao and Fen Jingxiang conversed on the side, while Lu Haizi quickly explained what had just happened to the old man. When Lu Haizi finished, Liao Yin also came over and cupped his hands at the 2 old men. "Elders, Commander Lu's words are the truth. Please help us." Fen Jingliang also said, "According to the rules, we can't let people who disrespect us alchemists off lightly. Otherwise, anyone can insult us in the future." The 2 old men nodded. They were alchemists themselves, and even though they weren't divine alchemists, they were proud of their status. Naturally, they would side with Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang. But before the 2 old men could speak, they heard Yin Daijiao ask Lu Haizi, "Commander Lu, has the divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon region Dragon Gate arrived yet?" Yin Daijiao's voice was clear and gentle, like the sound of pearls falling on a plate. It was very pleasant to the ear. Lu Haizi didn't understand why Yin Daijiao asked such a question, so he hurriedly answered, "Not yet." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly recalled the names that those people had announced. They seemed to be from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Could it be that they really have a divine alchemist? Lu Haizi's forehead was instantly beaded with sweat. He didn't know how to answer. They haven't arrived yet? What a pity. Yin Daijiao frowned slightly and sighed. Goddess, there's nothing to be pitiful about. Perhaps that guy is just trying to build his reputation. He wouldn't dare to spar with us. Fun Jingliang said from the side. Liao Yin also interrupted. Goddess Yin, are you talking about the youngest divine alchemist in history? Even though Yin Daijiao didn't have a good impression of either of them, she still nodded in response. Since he hasn't come, then forget it. Let Uncle He and Uncle Chen handle this. We'll be heading back first. Yin Daijiao said to the two old men beside her. Just as she was about to turn around, Lu Haizi pointed at Ling Xiao and the others and stuttered. Goddess, they just said that they're from the Dragon Gate. Liao Yin and Fun Jingliang's expressions froze the moment Lu Haizi said this. Liao Yin's expression was especially ugly. If the other party really was a divine alchemist from the Dragon Gate, then he wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After all, although the Dragon Gate wasn't in the Tianyuan region, it was still a top-notch clan in the Heaven region. Furthermore, the divine alchemist they'd invited wasn't even 100 years old yet, and he was already on the Alchemy Guild's radar. Yin Daijiao walked over to Ling Xiao and the others. She glanced at Ling Xiao and the others before her gaze finally settled on Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes rippled like jade as she said, I presume you're divine alchemist Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao was just about to say something when Yin Daijiao added, Don't deny it. I've seen your crystal record, and your appearance hasn't changed. I was the one who personally gave you your divine emblem. If I hadn't glanced over just now, I wouldn't have dared to confirm that it was you. Yin Daijiao's words were a little teasing, giving off a very comfortable and intimate feeling. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Since you already know, why are you asking? Lu Haizi's heart sank when he heard their conversation. He'd actually reprimanded a divine alchemist, and even forbade him from entering the fragrant medicine pavilion. He was finished. Yin Daijiao looked at Ling Xiao with interest and said, Haha, you're indeed different from the rest. You're not wearing an alchemist's robe, nor are you wearing a divine alchemist emblem. Could it be that you like to keep a low profile? She seemed to want to completely see through Ling Xiao. She'd always been known as the most Tenbin alchemist. She'd been nurtured like a treasure by the three supreme divine alchemists since she was young, allowing her to become a divine alchemist in a short 200 years. Although she wasn't the youngest existence in history to become a divine alchemist at such a young age, she was comparable to those monstrous divine alchemists from ancient times. Unfortunately, she hadn't even warmed her position as the youngest divine alchemist before she'd been replaced by a divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon region's Dragon Gate. This had always caused her to be rather depressed. She'd always wanted to see with her own eyes whether this fellow was still human, what kind of ancient inheritance he'd obtained, and how could he reach such a realm at such a young age. Now her wish had come true. This fellow was even more handsome and domineering than she'd seen in the crystal bead. It was just that she didn't know if he had the ability or not. Ling Xiao lightly rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, Perhaps it's because we're too low-key. Some people think that our Dragon Gate's people are easy to bully, and they're not even willing to give us a place to stay. We're planning to return to the Sky Dragon region, but unfortunately, we're not allowed to leave. We originally wanted to participate in this gathering to see the heroes from all over, but unfortunately, our moral quality is really bad. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across Lu Haizi, Liao Yin, Fun Jingliang, and the others. Lu Haizi panicked and hurriedly went forward to kneel down in front of Ling Xiao and said, This divine alchemist, I have eyes but failed to see. I really didn't do it on purpose. There's still a superior room inside you. You can go in and rest at any time. Chapter 1366. What a bad character. These words weren't only aimed at Lu Haizi, but also at Liao Yin, Ming Jingliang, and the others who wanted to attack them. The other hadn't even taken out the invitation yet, but he had already determined that they weren't godly alchemists. He had even insulted them and instigated the others to attack them. His character was really bad to the extreme. Liao Yin and Fun Jingliang weren't afraid of offending Ling Xiao. After all, they were godly alchemists with similar statuses. However, Lu Haizi was just a commander of the Outer Gate, and was in charge of receiving godly alchemists from different places. Now that he had offended Ling Xiao, it was a grave sin. Moreover, now that the goddess of the guild was here, he had to change his attitude and hope that Ling Xiao would forgive him. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Haizi, who was acting like a grandson, but he didn't feel any sympathy for him. I heard that there were only 6 rooms left for Divine Master Liao. I don't want to snatch what he likes. I don't want to be bullied by you with numbers. I still want to return to the Heavenly Dragon sect alive. Ling Xiao ridiculed them without any trace of politeness. Then he turned to Ling Fei and said, "Fifth brother, since they don't welcome us, let's leave. In any case, I don't have much interest in this alchemy conference. If we stay and let the local bullies cripple our cultivation, it will be a great loss of face for our Heavenly Dragon sect." Then Ling Xiao didn't mind Yan Daijiao anymore. He wanted to leave with the others. Don't godly alchemist Ling, my eyes are blocked. You are a noble godly alchemist. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Lu Haizi knelt and pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes. Yan Daijiao didn't think that Ling Xiao would make such a decision. Her beautiful eyes sparkled cunningly. At this moment, a half-incipient God realm expert next to her raised his hand and pulled Lu Haizi back. Then he slapped the back of Lu Haizi's head. Boom. Lu Haizi was sent flying like a cannonball, blood splashing. Although this slap didn't take his life, it stunned him. Detain him. Dismiss him from his position as a commander, snorted the half-incipient God realm expert. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "I wonder if this divine apothecary is satisfied with what I've done." Whether it was the local apothecary or the apothecary guild would treat everyone equally. They would not allow any apothecary to suffer any grievances. This intersect elder was quite good at doing things. He immediately decided to punish first and then admit later. Not only would this show that the Medicine Alliance wouldn't side with its own people, but it would also give Ling Xiao and the others an explanation. If Ling Xiao and the others still insisted on leaving, it could only mean that Ling Xiao and the others were narrow-minded. The man's slap landed on Lu Haizi's face, but Liao Yin felt a burning sensation on his face, as if the slap had landed on his face as well. If Lu Haizi hadn't been trying to please him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. If he didn't say anything, people would think that he was a coward. So this is the youngest divine apothecary from Dragon Gate. He's wearing martial attire like a warrior, but he's not wearing our apothecary guild's badge. It seems like he doesn't care about our apothecary guild's verification. Liao Yin was ugly, but he still had some brains. He immediately pointed out the reason why Ling Xiao was stopped by Lu Haizi. This was because Ling Xiao wasn't wearing an apothecary's robe like them, nor was he wearing a divine apothecary badge. It was normal for Lu Haizi to stop them. Fun Jingliang also chimed in. "Brother Liao, you're right. Maybe he doesn't want to spar with us. Or maybe he thinks that our apothecary guild isn't that great." The two's words won the approval of the people around them. Those who came to participate in the alchemy conference were all divine apothecaries. It's fine if you don't wear an apothecary's robe, but you don't even wear the apothecary guild's verification badge. This is clearly looking down on the guild. When the black-robed elder heard their words, he frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said, "You guys are right. You guys. This divine apothecary really doesn't put you in my eyes." "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Liao Yin was instantly enraged and shouted. Fun Jingliang, who was at the side, also said with an ashen face, "What big words, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? When we were concocting pills, you were still in your mother's womb, and you actually dared to say such words. I think there's something wrong with your identity. If you can't take out the divine apothecary badge, I'll suspect that you're a fake." The others also started shouting, and at this time, the divine apothecaries in the restaurant also walked out one by one. Each and every one of them looked at Ling Xiao and the others with gloating expressions. Yin Djiao didn't say anything, and she unblinkingly looked at the calm and composed Ling Xiao. She was very curious as to how he would solve this problem. Ling Xiao still had a cold smile on his face as he looked at these people and said, "I said that you guys have poor manners, and I wasn't wrong." He then took out the divine apothecary badge and played with it in his hand. "You're talking about this little thing, right? In your eyes it may represent supreme glory, but In my eyes, it's really just ordinary. Why do I have to hang it on my chest all day? Being a divine apothecary isn't my goal. The supreme divine apothecary is this divine apothecary's dish. Ling Zhao's words were very calm, but his calm and confident expression caused his words to carry an invisible might. When Ling Fei and the others heard Ling Zhao's words, they immediately wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They all thought to themselves, isn't this adding fuel to the fire? This is bad. Ling Zhao's arrogant words instantly ignited the anger of all the divine apothecaries present. They all felt that they had been completely looked down upon by Ling Zhao. What did you say? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You actually dare to not put the position of divine apothecary in your eyes? Who do you think you are? That's right. How many years has it been since a supreme divine apothecary appeared in the Sky Dragon region? You actually dare to say such words? You simply don't know what you're talking about. This kind of brat who still smells of his mother's milk can't participate in the alchemy conference with me. Hurry up and scram back to your dragon gate. Truly young and impetuous. You think you can be so arrogant just because you obtained the divine apothecary badge? What a big tone. Scram back to Dragon Gate. Our alchemy union has no interest in people like you. Ling Zhao's words truly infuriated the crowd. Each and every one of them cursed the Dai clan, and wanted to drown Ling Zhao with their saliva. Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and the others looked at Ling Zhao with cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they wanted to see Ling Zhao's sorry appearance as he rolled out of Heavenly Origin City. Ling Zhao was still unmoved. Another item appeared in his hand as he indifferently said, I don't wear the alchemist robe or the divine apothecary badge, because I am the Sunjin of Goguryeo of the Sky Dragon region. I am ranked 488th. Let me ask you, with 2 great honors on my body, which identity do you want me to respect? With that, Ling Zhao's peak God King aura instantly erupted from his body. A peerless golden dragon roared into the sky as he raised his palm towards the sky. Raging flames soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The raging flames instantly condensed into the shape of a fire dragon. 1 gold and 1 red dragon, each several thousand meters long, shone brightly in Heavenly Origin City, appearing incomparably majestic. Those in the vicinity who had not reached peak God King level were all forced to retreat, as they cried out in alarm. They looked at the 2 majestic true dragons under Ling Zhao's control, and felt a sense of submission that came from the very source of their being. The Divine Apothecary badge and the Sunjin of Goguryeo badge flickered incessantly in the sky, appearing incomparably dazzling. This was an honor that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Obtaining even one of them would cause them to die in this lifetime. However, this young man before them had actually obtained both. This was truly a first in history. The faces of the divine apothecaries who were criticizing Ling Zhao turned as pale as eggplants. They didn't know what to say anymore. After all, their divine apothecaries were a little more glorious than the Sunjin of Goguryeo. But the Sunjin of Goguryeo was the pillar of every major region. He was an existence that could possibly become a sovereign in the future. They could only be considered to be on equal footing with the Sunjin of Goguryeo. However, Ling Zhao wasn't only a divine apothecary, he also possessed the name of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. With these 2 identities stacked together, he simply flung them away by tens of thousands of miles. After all, they were known as young divine apothecaries, but the strongest among them had only just stepped into the middle stage God King realm. If they wanted to reach the peak God King realm, and step into the sovereign realm, who knew how many years it would take? To become a divine apothecary, one had to have the strength of a sovereign in order to have a chance. And right now they were still very far from the sovereign realm. That was a realm that they didn't even dare to think about for the time being. However, Ling Zhao was different. He was already a peak divine king, and not an ordinary peak divine king either. He was on the same level as the Sunjin of Goguryeo, an existence that had the highest chance of becoming a sovereign. With his double Tenbin, who would dare say that he couldn't be on par with the sovereign realm? These people all seemed to be mute and didn't dare to make a sound. They were all worried that they had offended an existence that could become a sovereign alchemy god in the future. Moreover, with his Tenbin, the Medicine Alliance would definitely throw him a branch. Once he became a member of the Medicine Alliance, their future would not be good. Following Ling Xiao's group, each and every one of them looked at the intimidating Ling Xiao. Their faces all revealed joyful smiles. They were truly afraid that if they were attacked by these people just now, they would have to retreat in a sorry state. At that time, the Dragon Gate would lose face, and they would become the laughingstock of the heaven realm in the future. Liao Yin and Fun Jingliang's expressions were as red as pig's liver, alternating between green and red. They didn't know what to do. At this time, Yin Dijiao opened her jade lips and said, "Divine Apothecary Ling, it's a little noisy here. Why don't you come with us back to the city to rest?" As soon as she said this, everyone became even more nervous and unsightly. At the same time, they were all incomparably envious. If Ling Xiao arrived at the floating city and the Medicine Alliance's main hall a step ahead of them, didn't that mean that Ling Xiao had come into contact with the sovereign alchemy god before them? Chapter 1367. Before Ling Xiao could open his mouth, Ling Fei had already impatiently sent him a sound transmission. Agree to her immediately. Since Ling Fei had spoken, Ling Xiao had no reason to object. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal, so he wouldn't fit in with the group if he stayed here. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. I still want to pay a visit to the 3 supreme alchemy gods." Ling Xiao's words were spoken carelessly, but in the ears of the others, they were like cannonballs exploding, causing them to feel dizzy. Just a moment ago, they were still insulting him, but now, he had arrived at the floating city one step ahead of them. Moreover, he even said he wanted to pay a visit to the 3 supreme alchemy gods. This was a great honor. They were like a bunch of clowns, disdainful in the eyes of the other party. The crowd opened up a path. Yin Dijiao led the way, walking shoulder to shoulder with Ling Xiao. The two were like a pair of heaven's wall, a perfect match for each other. The woman's temperament was peerless and peerless, while the man was handsome and handsome, dignified. When they walked together, they were incomparably dazzling. Liao Yin, Fun Jingliang, and the other alchemists' eyes were burning, but they didn't dare to say a word. Once they were far away, Liao Yin unwillingly shouted in a low voice, "Arrogant trash, wait until the alchemy conference, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Fun Jingliang didn't say anything, but his narrowed eyes looked like they could spit fire. In the Heaven Source region, there were countless men who admired Yin Dijiao. Every one of them viewed her as a goddess of their dreams, and Fun Jingliang was no exception. Aside from Yin Dijiao's beauty, there were also 3 supreme alchemists standing behind her. The entire Alchemy Alliance stood behind her. This kind of backing was something that everyone envied and wanted to curry favor with. As long as they could marry her, it would undoubtedly be the fastest shortcut to success. However, Yin Dijiao's eyesight was not ordinary. Many young men were infatuated with her, constantly trying to please her, but not many of them were able to make her look them in the eye, let alone capture her heart. Fun Jingliang had become a divine apothecary a bit earlier than Yin Dijiao. Back when Yin Dijiao was still an apothecary saint, he was already interested in her. He must have an uncle who was a high-level elder in the Medicine Alliance. He knew many things that others did not know. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he had become a divine alchemist to propose marriage to the 3 supreme beings. However, the outcome that awaited him was undoubtedly very cruel. Yin Dijiao actually looked down on him, and in the Medicine Alliance, she also had a senior apprentice brother who had long since treated her as his woman. Moreover, in the powerful Heaven Tiger region, there was also a rather outstanding freak who had long since taken an interest in her. Among the many suitors, he didn't seem to stand out at all. But regardless of whether he was rejected or not, he believed that the man in front of him who looked like a martial artist was definitely not worthy of the goddess in his heart. "Kid, wait until you reach the main hall, then you'll understand what a clown is." Fun Jingliang wiped away the cold smile on his face and thought to himself. Heavenly Origin City was the central city of the Heavenly Origin region, the holy land of alchemists. The city within Heavenly Origin City was the heart of the Heavenly Origin region. The floating city was the only city in the Heaven region that could float in the air. It was located in the sky above the center of Heavenly Origin City, and was isolated by a spatial restriction set up by a supreme being. No one could see its existence at all. Only during the alchemy festival would the restriction be removed and displayed to everyone. Now, if one wanted to enter the floating city, they would naturally need to use a specific spatial formation. When Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others followed Yin Dai Jiao through the spatial formation and arrived at the floating city, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. The bejeweled buildings here were all built with rare sacred and divine materials. They were like celestial palaces and shrines that rose from the ground. The official road was paved with stone flooring that was as clean as jade. Walking on it gave off a feeling of smoothness and comfort. It was as if they were in a luxurious place of worship, appearing incomparably noble. In front of them stood a giant desolate palace. The majestic aura it exuded made one feel incomparably vast and insignificant. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted from all directions, giving off a wonderful feeling of relaxation and relaxation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth and origin energy here were tens of times denser than in the outside world. It would be difficult not to grow up in such an environment. Apart from the patrols, the majority of the people walking in the city wore alchemist robes. At a glance, there were at least 8,000 alchemists, if not 10,000. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't hard to imagine just how many alchemists the Medicine Alliance had nurtured. No wonder they were so powerful and had such a strong appeal. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others had long since heard of the extraordinariness of this floating city, but hearing about it was not as good as seeing it in person. They still felt that the Medicine Alliance was too rich. Otherwise, how could they have built such a city of immortal palaces and divine palaces? After many years of experience, Ling Zhao's state of mind could no longer be easily shaken. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he regained his clarity and calmness. Yan Dijiao's prestige here seemed to be very high. Everyone recognized her, and along the way, everyone would respectfully greet her when they saw her. Yin Dijiao was also very amiable and approachable, smiling back at them one by one. In half a month, the alchemy conference will be held here. Only then will the other new divine alchemists be brought here, and the palace city will be opened. Yin Dijiao explained softly. Ling Xiao nodded his head from time to time in agreement. His expression was very calm, but his heart was not calm at all. He was filled with endless emotions. To be able to establish such a faction, a supreme being must have had great ambitions to be able to develop the Medicine Alliance to its current state. He had also fully experienced the strength of the Medicine Alliance. No matter what kind of faction it was, if they dared to challenge it, they would definitely be seeking their own destruction. Just the wealth on the surface was enough to make groups of King God Realm God Kings work for them. As they walked, Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others could feel that each of the patrols had the power of a King God Realm expert. Moreover, there were many half-incipient God Realm experts. On the surface, these forces were much stronger than the Heavenly Dragon sect, let alone those hidden supreme beings. Even though Ling Xiao was a fearless master, he felt that he absolutely didn't want to offend such a powerful overlord force unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Of course, the scenery here had also aroused his ambitions. One day, when he reached the peak, he would also build his own palace, one that was even more extravagant than the one in the palace. When Yin Dijiao saw that Ling Zhao's conversation with her was as calm as still water, as if he didn't care about a peerless beauty like her, she felt a little annoyed. No matter what, she was the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the Tianyuan region, as well as the woman with the most power. Every man wanted to marry her, every man wanted to get close to her, and every man wanted to curry her favor. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any reaction. She suspected that he was doing the exact opposite, and purposely doing this to attract her attention. No matter what, she wanted to see if the youngest alchemist in history really had true abilities. Uncle He, please arrange for the lodgings of these Dragon Gate distinguished guests to rest. I will go back and report, Yin Dijiao said to the black-robed old man. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Didn't you want to visit the 3 supreme alchemists? I will go and talk to you now and see if they are willing to meet you. However, if you don't have the slightest bit of true ability, then it is best to wait until the alchemy conference begins." Ndigao's words were undoubtedly reminding Ling Xiao not to ask for a snub. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if he made a fool of himself. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about Ndigao's reminder. With his ability, he wouldn't necessarily make a fool of himself if he spoke to a supreme. Perhaps he wouldn't have to participate in this alchemy conference, and at the same time, he would be able to establish a relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Alchemy Union. Many thanks for young Lady Yan's reminder, but I still hope to meet the 3 elders. Even one of them is fine. Ling Xiao really doesn't want to compete with those arrogant divine alchemists. That would lower my status. If the 3 supreme alchemists feel that I am not qualified to meet them, then pretend I didn't say anything. Ling Xiao spoke with a hint of arrogance. He had revealed the fact that he had 2 identities, so he would use his actions to prove that he was only interested in the supreme alchemist god. He wasn't interested in the divine alchemist competition. Ndigao's beautiful eyes rippled with complicated emotions. Her impression of Ling Xiao dropped a lot. After all, Ling Xiao's words were too arrogant. He didn't put the other divine alchemists in his eyes. She thought that such a person wasn't steady and calm enough. It would be hard for him to achieve great things. After Ndigao advised him on some basic matters, she twisted her body and left. The black-cloaked old man took Ling Xiao's group to a guest room to rest. He also arranged some attendants to guide them. If they needed anything, they could ask them to do it. After the black-cloaked old man left, Ling Fei couldn't wait and said, "Little brother Xiao, you're too impulsive." Another half-incipient God Realm expert called Lan Qi added, "Divine Alchemist Ling, we don't have a way out now. If the 3 Supremes don't like us, then we have to get out of here." Although it was a great honor for them to stay here earlier, if Ling Xiao was just an ordinary divine alchemist, he would become a laughingstock. After all, he had said those arrogant words, which made people think that they were powerful. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. They won't make me leave. I'm just afraid that they will force me to stay." Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with confidence. He wasn't worried at all. When Ling Xiao and the others moved in, some of the people who couldn't stand the sight of them came to make trouble. Chapter 1368. What did you say? Junior Marshal Sister Yen brought back a few people. And one of them is that Dragon Gate's divine alchemist who isn't even 100 years old? A deep voice echoed in a luxurious room. The speaker was a young man in his 30s. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he was sufficiently callous and resolute, giving off a very calm and magnanimous demeanor. This man was dressed in an alchemist's robe, and there was an exquisite badge hanging on his chest. His entire body was emitting a faintly discernible green flame, and his pair of bright and spirited eyes emitted a faint green flame, making him look extremely oppressive. The one who was talking to him was a beautiful woman who was wearing revealing clothes. This woman had the status of a martial artist. Her soft armor wrapped around her impressive figure to the fullest, revealing 2 pink lotuses. Her rosy white skin was extremely alluring, and her lustful eyes gave people a primitive impulse. This woman was called Sun Chunhua, and she was a member of the Alchemy Union. However, she wasn't an alchemist and was only a newly advanced divine king. She followed this divine alchemist Miao Qingyue, and could be considered one of his women. The Alchemy Union naturally wasn't only made up of alchemists, there were also some who specialized in martial arts. Only with the 2 complementing each other could there be such a flourishing situation. Sun Chunhua moved closer to Miao Qingyue, and her ample chest pressed against his shoulder as she coyly said, "Isn't that so? This divine alchemist Ling Xiao isn't bad. He's also Dragon Gate's Sun Jin of Goguryeo and has intimidated many divine alchemists outside the city." Then Junior Marshal Sister Yen summoned him to rest in the palace hall. Her attitude was extremely good. Sun Chunhua naturally knew that Miao Qingyue's sweetheart was Yen Dijiao. In his eyes, she was merely a dispensable woman. She couldn't accept this. She was wholeheartedly devoted to him. Yet he was still thinking about that woman. Now that there was a chance to sow discord, how could she not seize it? As long as he gave up on Yen Dijiao, wouldn't he still be hers? Miao Qingyue's expression twitched, but he remained calm and collected as he said, "There's nothing strange about that. Didn't she bring 3 master alchemists who aren't even 1,000 years old to the palace? One more won't make a difference. That's true, but this time, it concerns junior sister's marriage. It is said that whoever wins the first place will be invited by the Yao elders to be their son-in-law. This Ling Xiao has an advantage over the others, because he proposed to personally pay a visit to the 3 Yao elders. It can be seen that he is very confident. Sun Chunhua said. She didn't forget to add, I think senior brother Miao and junior sister Qin are a match made in heaven. Those people are nothing. Miao Qingwei wasn't a hothead. He felt very uncomfortable hearing Sun Chunhua's words, but he also knew that this woman was trying to sow discord and make him give up on his junior sister. However, she had underestimated his intelligence. His pair of green eyes flickered a few times towards Sun Chunhua. He held the woman in his arms, his big hands fiercely covering the woman's plump breasts, forcefully kneading them. Ah! Miao Qingyue used so much force that Sun Chunhua couldn't help but cry out in pain. The ripples of lust in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. Senior brother Miao, it's not worth it for that little demoness. Don't you feel that I'm more considerate and soft towards you? Sun Chunhua took the opportunity to brag. From her point of view, as long as she could settle her senior brother, her position in the guild would skyrocket in the future. Miao Qingyue knew that Sun Chunhua was a snobbish woman, but he didn't mind letting this beauty go. Take off the godly armor for me, Miao Qingyue faintly said to Sun Chunhua. Sun Chunhua's beautiful eyes rippled as she said, Senior brother, you're really impatient, but I like it. Sun Chunhua's body lightly turned, and the godly armor instantly disappeared from her body, leaving behind only an undergarment that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The full area was faintly discernible and was very eye-catching, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. Senior brother, love me well. Sun Chunhua coiled towards Miao Qingyue like a snake and coquettishly said. Miao Qingyue lightly swallowed his breath. He ruthlessly pressed her under his crotch and ravaged her to his heart's content, causing this woman to scream again and again. Miao Qingyue didn't forget to pinch Sun Chuanfeng's chest during the battle and warned, It's fine if you want to be my woman, but don't treat everyone as a fool. Junior sister Yen is mine. If you know what's good for you, then be my servant. I won't mistreat you. Sun Chunhua had already fallen into a state of boundless satisfaction. So how could she listen to Miao Qingyue's words? I know, use more force. Oh, I'm about to die. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others all stayed in the room and didn't wander around. Although there weren't many forbidden areas in this palace city, the people outside were all from the medicine guild. They were just some ordinary alchemists interacting with each other, so there wasn't anything that attracted them. They sensed that there were also other people living near the room they had been placed in. It was obvious that they had also been brought here a step earlier. Ling Xiao thought to himself, looks like this palace isn't the only one receiving special treatment. Not long after they settled down, there was a hurried knock on their door. Open the door, open the door. A very unarrogant voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others became somewhat dissatisfied. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. Could this be the way the medicine guild treats its guests? They angrily walked over and opened the door. They saw a bald man with only a small braid on his head knocking on the door, his face full of disdain. What's the matter? Ling Fei coldly looked at the man with the braid and shouted. Judging from this person's clothes, he wasn't from the medicine guild, nor was he an attendant they had arranged. Are you people from Dragon Gate? Our divine alchemist Jiang Xian invites you to meet him. The man with the braid lifted his head and looked at Ling Fei with disdain. Who's divine alchemist Jiang Xian? Although Ling Fei didn't like the man with the braid's attitude, he still asked patiently. He was afraid that this divine alchemist was a member of the medicine guild, so he shouldn't offend him. The man with the braid looked discontented. We're from the Demon Tiger sect. Divine alchemist Jiang Xian is the most outstanding and the youngest alchemist of our sect in the past 100,000 years. He's not even 500 years old yet. He's going to be the future husband of goddess Indigiao. Isn't he worth meeting? The man with the braid looked arrogant as if he was the owner of this place. Demon Tiger sect is nothing. Get lost. Ling Fei was enraged when he heard him mention the demon tiger sect. His half-incipient god realm aura shot out and sent the god king with the braid flying. The man with the braid only had the mid-level king god realm, so he couldn't even withstand one blow. This kind of trash dares to come here and clamor? He doesn't know what's good for him. Ling Fei closed the door and said disdainfully, the Kim people and the demon tiger tribe were enemies. The two tribes had a long history of resentment, and the heavenly dragon tribe and the demon tiger sect couldn't exist under the same sky. This man with the braid dared to talk like that in front of Ling Fei. He was courting death. Do you know who this Jiang Xian is? Ling Xiao heard the man with the braid, so he immediately asked the others. Ling Fei shook his head to show that he didn't know. Lan Qi said, this Jiang Xian is just a branch disciple of the demon tiger tribe, but he has a high alchemy tenbin. He became a divine alchemist dozens of years ago. At that time, he was only around 400 years old, and he had the mid-level king god realm. He was considered the most promising character to become the next supreme in the heavenly tiger territory. This time, he should join the alchemist conference just like you, divine alchemist Ling Xiao. Oh, no wonder why he's so arrogant. He dares to bully our Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said. It is said that this Jiang Xian has fallen in love with divine alchemist Yin Dijiao, who brought us here. There is also an inside story behind this alchemy conference. The three alchemy gods want to choose the most outstanding young divine alchemist to be divine alchemist Yin Dijiao's husband. This Jiang Xian wants to take advantage of this opportunity to marry the divine lady, so that his demon tiger tribe and the alchemy union can work together in a futile attempt to dominate the heaven region. Lan Qi clearly understood many things and explained. His appetite is quite big. Isn't he afraid of bursting to death? Ling Fei sneered. He paused for a moment before turning to Ling Xiao and saying, little brother, why don't you take action and get that Yin Dijiao? If our Kim people join hands with the alchemy union, the demon tiger tribe will definitely piss their pants in fear. A few black lines appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead as he inwardly said, I will never sell my body. If anyone who knew him heard this, they would look at him with disdain. If he didn't sell his body, how could he have so many wives? Who would have thought that Lan Qi would also agree with him? That's right. With divine alchemist Ling Xiao's strength and charm, I believe that Yin Dijiao will be very interested in you. The other two also smiled and nodded in agreement. They knew that Ling Xiao's alchemy level had already surpassed their sect's chief divine alchemist, Zheng Can. It wouldn't be difficult for him to stand out among these young divine alchemists. Needless to say, Ling Xiao also felt that Ling Fei's suggestion was quite good. This woman's background was very powerful, and from her appearance, she was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Marrying her could be considered gaining both wealth and beauty. This was definitely the dream of any man. However, Ling Xiao was only thinking about it. He already had enough women and couldn't add any more. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with this relationship. Moreover, once he became a supreme divine alchemist, wouldn't it be easy for him to get what he wanted? He didn't need to sell his body and sacrifice his luck in exchange for all of this. Ling Xiao felt that he had to stand his ground. Even if this woman chased after him, it would still be the same. He absolutely couldn't allow his principles to be easily destroyed. Just as they were chatting, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the door again. People from the Dragon Gate, come out. You actually dared to injure our demon tiger sex people? You must be tired of living. An angry roar came from outside the door. Chapter 1369. That clown is here. Ling Fei sneered and stood up immediately. He walked to the door and pulled it open. Ling Xiao and the other three also walked out. They didn't believe that the others dared to stir up trouble here. When he walked out of the door, he saw that there were a total of 8 people on the other side. The man with the braid who was injured earlier was among them. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Ling Fei, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Fei alive. Among these 8 people, 5 of them were at half-incipient god realm, and the other 3 were at king god realm. They were from the demon tiger sect. There was a young man in the middle of the 8 people. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a strong sense of killing intent between his brows. His tiger-like eyes flashed with arrogance. He wore an alchemist robe and had a divine badge pinned to his chest. He wore a tiger-shaped band on his head, which gave him a bit of a grandeur. He was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the demon tiger sect, Jiang Xian. He was almost 500 years old. Dozens of years ago, he was already a divine alchemist at King God Realm. What are you knocking for? Do you want to die? Ling Fei glared at the people in front of him and shouted impolitely. He knew that they didn't come with good intentions. Of course, he wouldn't try to persuade them. Really arrogant. Don't forget that this isn't your Dragon Gate, said Jiang Tu, the strongest half-incipient God Realm expert of the Demon Tiger sect. You also know that this is not our Heavenly Dragon sect. However, this is also not your Devil Tiger sect. It is better for you to keep a low profile in someone else's territory. Otherwise, you will lose face for their master. If that happens, we will not be the ones to suffer. The moment Ling Fei said this, the Devil Tiger sect's arrogance was indeed reduced by quite a bit. However, they couldn't just retreat just like that. Jiang Xian opened his mouth and said, "Which one of you is Ling Xiao? Come out and let this divine alchemist take a look and see if you're really Tenbin talented." A divine alchemist who's not even 100 years old. TSK. Even if you started concocting pills in your mother's womb, you wouldn't have this kind of ability. Jiang Xian had always been a very proud person. Although he did not inherit the true bloodline of the demonic tiger clan, he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity from a young age. His performance in alchemy was astonishing, so the resources he received were no less than the direct descendants of the demonic tiger clan. Or even more. Originally, he felt that he was the youngest divine alchemist, but he heard that there were two people in the Medicine Alliance who were as outstanding as him. They were Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao. Miao Qingyue was about the same age as him, but Yan Daijiao was much younger than them. Therefore, their Devil Tiger clan had set up a marriage alliance with the intention of letting Jiang Xian obtain that Yan Daijiao, and it could be considered as a perfect pair. However, the alchemy conference this time was the Medicine Alliance's preliminary selection for Yan Daijiao. This news was only known by some of the Medicine Alliance's inner court elders. Others were not aware of it. Jiang Xian was determined to obtain the first place in this alchemy conference, so he would not allow any mistakes to occur. However, just now he actually heard that Yan Daijiao had personally gone to receive the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist to this palace city. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, even if the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist was brought here in advance, he would not have thought much of it. However, he felt that a goddess like Yan Daijiao would not lower herself to receive someone. She should have sent someone else to do it. After all, he did not have such an honor to come here. However, the divine alchemist of their Devil Tiger sect's archenemy, the Dragon Gate, had such treatment. He could not help but feel jealous. Just because you don't have the ability doesn't mean that others don't have the ability. Go back to where you came from. Stop buzzing around like a housefly and disturbing my peace. Ling Xiao said without any trace of politeness. When the members of the Devil Tiger sect heard Ling Xiao's words, their expressions became gloomy. Sharp-tongued. You must be Ling Xiao. I wonder what your alchemy skills are like. If you have the ability, let's have a competition right now. Whoever loses will be kicked out of here, and won't need to participate in the alchemy conference. What do you think? Jiang Xian stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, if Ling Xiao's Tenbin made him jealous, then when he saw Ling Xiao's face that attracted women, his jealousy grew even stronger. Think about it. Which woman would not like a capable and handsome man? Therefore, Jiang Xian did not wish for Ling Xiao to stay here any longer and ruin his plans. Honestly speaking, you do not have the qualifications to challenge me. Ling Xiao replied without any trace of politeness. You. Fine. When the time comes for the alchemy conference, I will let you know what true alchemy is. Jiang Xian saw that Ling Xiao was not affected by his provocation, and agreed repeatedly. He then said, what about the fact that you guys injured our people just now? We did not injure him. He must have accidentally fallen and injured himself. Ling Fei was just about to reply when Ling Xiao beat him to it. Get lost. He was obviously the one who injured me just now. How dare you lie through your teeth? The man with the braid pointed at Ling Fei and shouted. What proof do you have to prove that he injured you? Ling Xiao asked in return. What proof do I need? The man with the braid replied. You're really stupid. We've been sitting in the room the whole time. How did we injure you? Don't tell me you came looking for a beating? You guys of the Demon Tiger sect are all sick. If you don't have anything to say, then get lost. Of course, if you want to fight here, that's fine as long as you can afford to offend the owner of this place. Ling Xiao wasn't polite at all, criticizing the man with the braid and the people of the Demon Tiger sect. When it came to eloquence, Ling Xiao was miles ahead of these people. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. A half-incipient God realm expert of the Demon Tiger sect couldn't stand it anymore. He thundered and wanted to attack Ling Xiao's team. However, Jiang Tu stopped him and said, Don't be impulsive. They know that we can't fight here, so they purposely provoked us. If we fall into their trap, we'll be in big trouble. Pausing for a while, he looked at Ling Xiao's team and said, What's the use of arguing? Why don't we have an alchemy competition in advance? You and Divine Alchemist Jiang Xian will compete together. Then we'll invite the people of Palace City to evaluate. Whoever loses will get lost from Palace City. What do you think? Jiang Xian immediately sneered and said, That's right. Whoever loses will get lost. I don't know if the cowards of the Dragon Gate have this kind of guts. Among the genius alchemists who were invited to Palace City, Jiang Xian felt that the most threatening one was Ling Xiao. He looked to be around 100 years old, but he was already an alchemist. One could imagine his future prospects. If the three great masters of the Alchemy Union valued him, then the Demon Tiger tribe's plan would fail. This wasn't a situation they wanted to see. They had to make preparations in advance to prevent such a thing from happening. Therefore, Jiang Xian said this in order to get Ling Xiao out of the competition in advance. What a good plan. However, this also showed that Jiang Xian was very confident in his alchemy ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Ling Fei loudly said, Let's compete then. We'll do as you said. Whoever loses will get lost. I hope you won't cry and beg to stay. Dragon Gate and the Demon Tiger sect were irreconcilable enemies. Since the other party said this, Ling Fei was naturally angry. Moreover, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't disappoint him. Ling Xiao thought to himself, Brother is too impatient. He gets angry so easily and will easily fall into the other party's trap. Although Ling Xiao was very confident in himself, since the other party dared to raise such a request, needless to say, he had absolute confidence. He had no choice but to be careful. However, Ling Fei already said it. What else could he say? Besides, the other party also immediately sealed off their retreat route. All right, we'll let the Alchemy Union's Divine Alchemist be the judge immediately. The two of us will refine pills openly. No matter what method, as long as whoever can refine a divine pill, then we'll compare to see whose pill refinement is better. Jiang Xian agreed readily. A cold, faint smile flashed across his eyes. It was as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the rest also heard the meaning of Jiang Xian's words. That sentence, no matter what method, definitely contained some conspiracy. Lan Qi reminded Ling Xiao by the side. Be careful. The Demon Tiger tribe is very adept at playing dirty. Ling Xiao could tell that this Jiang Xian only had middle-stage Divine King strength at a glance. It was indeed very good for him to have this kind of strength at his age. But he was a genuine peak Divine King. Jiang Xian didn't seem to have the qualifications to play dirty with him. Furthermore, as long as he wanted to play, how could this Jiang Xian be his match? All right, let's begin immediately. We will only refine a cauldron of divine pills. No matter what method we use, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Haha, you have guts. Then I'll send someone to explain to the Medicine Alliance, and let them send someone to be the judge. Jiang Xian laughed arrogantly. Immediately after, they brought their people back to their residences, and sent people to find the people from the Medicine Alliance at the same time. When they just returned to their residence, Jiang Tu immediately said to Jiang Xian in a deep voice, Jiang Xian, you might have to be careful. That Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a peak divine king. What, he's a peak divine king? Could I have seen wrongly? Jiang Xian said in shock. Absolutely not. I suspect that he's a cultivator who stole his body. Otherwise, how could he be so outstanding? You have to be careful. Jiang Tu replied with certainty. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult for me to use fire control skills to deal with him. Jiang Xian revealed a troubled expression. After pausing for a moment, he said, Looks like I can only use that move. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if he was already determined to win. Within the palace city, Yan Daijiao had already received the news that Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian were going to compete in advance. Her beautiful eyes rippled with charm as she said to the black-robed elder beside her, Since they want to compete, then as the host, we can't be petty. I'll go and be their judge. At the same time, our guild will provide the divine materials for them to refine pills, and the divine pills will belong to them. This black-robed elder was called He Wei, and he was one of Yan Daijiao's protector elders. He Wei objected. Miss, if we let them do this, I'm afraid that many people will leave before the convention even starts. This won't be good for our guild, right? It's fine. Sooner or later, someone will be eliminated. Letting them settle their grudges in advance won't affect the progress of the convention. Moreover, I also want to see if they have the qualifications to meet the 3 masters in advance. Yan Daijiao replied. Chapter 1370. The competition between Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't cause too much of a commotion in the city. After all, the alchemy conference hadn't begun yet. It was already good enough that they could obtain the Medicine Guild's support for their private actions. Thus, the Dragon Gate and Demon Tiger sects people were brought to a place for them to refine pills to settle their personal grudges. Indijiao would be the judge. However, this news somehow reached her senior brother Miao Qingyue's ears, and he actually wanted to be the judge. Indijiao couldn't object to this. After all, he was her senior brother. There were a few tall platforms in an independent place where restrictions had been melted away. There was a strong medicinal fragrance in the air, and it was obvious that this was where the Medicine Guild's divine alchemists usually refined pills. The 2 divine alchemists wanting to determine the winner in advance is a violation of our guild's rules, but since the 2 of you have made such a strong request, we can only try our best to satisfy you. However, I still feel that it's better for the 2 of you to maintain harmony. No matter who wins or loses, don't damage the harmony, Miao Qingyue said to Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian, who were already on the platform. A calm smile appeared on Miao Qingyue's face. He was very happy for these 2 groups to fight each other. This way he would have fewer opponents. Indijiao was still wearing a veil. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Our guild will be in charge of the pills that the 2 divine alchemists need to refine. I've also already told the 3 Yao elders that whoever wins can accept their request to visit. Alright, today I'll let the 3 Yao elders and Goddess Yi know my alchemy skills. Jiang Xian said confidently. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had a calm expression, as if he was constantly smiling. He didn't seem nervous at all. He thought to himself, just use whatever methods you have. You'll be crying when the time comes. In the end, the 2 of them decided to refine Divine King pills. This was a pill that even novice divine alchemists would find difficult to refine. It didn't matter what pill Ling Xiao refined. With his abilities, it would be a piece of cake. Indijiao arranged for everyone to have a set of divine materials. As per their request, a cauldron of divine pills would determine the victor. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll lose very badly, Jiang Xian said with a provocative smile. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Since you are so confident, why don't we increase the stakes? What do you think? Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so confident. However, he thought that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Are you trying to scare me? This divine teacher will do whatever you want, Jiang Xian replied. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Fine, then I'll add a small prize, not a lot, just 2 billion divine gems and 500 divine herbs. After saying so, a pile of divine gems and a batch of divine herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he put them all into an spatial ring. Yang Kai waved the spatial ring and said, I believe divine teacher Jiang can take out such a small prize. I have several golden dragon fruits here. I hope you can add a few of your Demon Tiger Clan's specialty Demon Tiger Fiend vines to these stakes. In any case, I don't mind. The Demon Tiger Fiend vines were a dark attribute divine material. For dark attribute cultivators, it was a top-grade item. Not only could it enhance the strength of dark attribute divine kings, but it also had a certain chance of allowing one to comprehend Tiger Fiend Chi. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to use the Demon Tiger Fiend vines, but his subordinates, Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth, desperately needed them. Jiang Xian was also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden small prize. He cursed inwardly. If this is a small prize, then how many divine treasures are needed for it to be considered a big prize? His expression became somewhat gloomy. Ling Xiao's false bravado had undoubtedly frightened him. Although he was a divine alchemist, he couldn't take out such a precious treasure all at once like Ling Xiao had. 2 billion divine crystals and 500 divine herbs could be exchanged for many divine treasures. It was enough for many divine kings to absorb and advance. Miao Qingyue and Yin Dijiao were also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden action. The two of them were also people with rich treasures, but they had to pay such a great price just for a single contest. This prize was simply too great. Miao Qingyue said, "Please don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You are guests of our guild, so this will make things very difficult for us." Although Miao Qingyue's words sounded like he was trying to persuade them, he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Yin Dijiao said in a sweet voice, "Let's forget about this prize. Since divine alchemist Jiang is in such a difficult position, then let's just listen to the two of you." Ling Xiao said, but then he added, "Can't even afford to lose such a small prize? How boring." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, and Jiang Xian instantly flew into a rage. "Let's add it then. Who's afraid of who?" He couldn't lose in front of the woman he liked, nor could he allow others to look down on their Devil Tiger sect. After saying that, he also took out a lot of divine crystals and divine treasures like Ling Xiao and put them into his spatial ring. However, he discovered that he had less than 1.5 billion divine crystals, and he was still lacking some divine herbs. He looked a little embarrassed, then looked at Jiang Tu and transmitted a message to him. "Elder Tu, lend me some divine crystals and divine herbs." Just as Jiang Tu was about to provide Jiang Xian with divine crystals and divine herbs, Ling Xiao said something that almost made them vomit blood. A dignified divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect doesn't even have enough divine crystals and divine herbs? TSK, it's really shameful. How about I reduce the price a bit more? Ling Xiao said with a look of ridicule. Ling Fei immediately fanned the flames and said, "Haha, I heard that the Devil Tiger sect is one of the top forces in the heaven domain. To think that you can't even take out such a small amount of divine crystals and divine grass. This is indeed damaging to the reputation of the Devil Tiger sect." What's there to be proud of? This divine alchemist doesn't carry so many things with him like nouveau riches. Jiang Xian explained angrily, then said, "Hand the space ring over to the smoke goddess for safekeeping. Let's not waste any more words and begin." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything more, the space ring in his hand flying over to Yan Daijiao just like Jiang Xian's. "Since the two of you trust this little girl, I'll take care of it for you. Whoever wins will win. You can begin now." Yin Daijiao accepted the space ring and said softly. She originally didn't like Ling Xiao's arrogance, but seeing his actions now, she felt that he really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he was also hiding some kind of secret. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? In addition, she knew how outstanding Jiang Xian was. How could a newly promoted divine alchemist on par with her senior brother Miao be easy to deal with? She also wanted to see who would be the real winner. When the time came, she would be able to see whether they had true talent or not. In any case, Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian had already lost points in Yin Daijiao's eyes. In her opinion, the man she needed was not this kind of ostentatious man. She preferred a man who was calm and energetic. Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't speak any nonsense and directly entered a state of alchemy. They each took out their divine cauldrons, and their flames immediately soared. Ling Xiao's flame was a dark purple and looked very noble and enchanting. It was like a sprite of spirit fire, giving off a pleasant feeling. This was the flame of the demon heavenly bead. Its color had long since changed from dark blue to purple, and its firepower was even more amazing than before. As for the flame in Jiang Xian's hand, it was also a special kind of heaven flame. It was actually a completely black flame called the Netherworld Ghost Flame. It was like a black ghost flame that gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. In order to become a divine alchemist, it would be very difficult to refine the sacred animal pill if one didn't have a flame source. The speed at which the two refined the spirit grasses was very fast, and their control was very exquisite. However, Ling Xiao seemed somewhat indifferent, as if he wasn't in a hurry at all. He didn't immediately let Jiang Xian see his true level of alchemy. Right now he was only displaying a third of his usual level. He still wanted to see what kind of trick Jiang Xian was playing to actually be so sure of his victory. In the beginning, the two of them refined the essence of the spirit grasses step by step, and didn't take any drastic actions. The people standing in the air were all quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. At this time, Miao Qingyue transmitted his voice to Yan Dijiao. Junior sister Yan, these two are worthy of being the most outstanding of the new batch of divine alchemists. Their alchemy skills are excellent. Miao Qingyue's words undoubtedly showed his magnanimity, and didn't mind praising the two of them. Yan Dijiao nodded lightly and said, yes, it wasn't a coincidence that they were able to become divine alchemists. This will depend on the moment when they condense the pill to determine the victor. Miao Qingyue said again, junior sister, what do you think of them? I heard from master that they intend to choose a husband for you. Senior brother, now is not the time to talk about this. Yan Dijiao seemed to be very evasive in this aspect and replied indifferently. However, Miao Qingyue still continued, I feel that master and the others hope that we can be together and continue to carry forward the prestige of our medicine alliance. Moreover, you should understand senior brother's intentions. At the same time, Miao Qingyue looked very seriously at Yan Dijiao, his tiger-like eyes rippling with indescribable affection. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had so solemnly confessed to his junior sister. In the past, he had at most expressed his concern, and had never been so direct. Now that the alchemy conference was at hand, if his junior sister took a fancy to some divine alchemist, then he would lose the initiative. He couldn't wait any longer. Although his master and the other two martial uncles had discussed having Yan Dijiao marry him, if Yan Dijiao herself didn't agree, then everything would be for naught. After all, the three masters greatly respected Yan Dijiao's opinion. Yan Dijiao's beautiful eyes trembled slightly and she said, Senior brother, I only treat you as my senior brother, and I feel that senior sister Tsin is more suitable for you. Miao Qingyue's expression changed and he slightly clenched his fists as he explained, no, apart from me, who else in this world is worthy of you? Yan Dijiao didn't respond to Miao Qingyue's words and turned her gaze to the two refining pills. A sudden change also began at this moment. Chapter 1371. The reason why Jiang Xian was so confident in winning against Ling Xiao was because his alchemy skills were indeed very good. Even for this difficult divine king pill, he had a 70% success rate. If it wasn't for the glory of the two sects and the huge prize, he was absolutely confident that he could compete with Ling Xiao fair and square. However, this was a matter of who would be able to stay in Temple City and the glory of the two sections. He would not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, he had another way to win this battle. Naturally, this method would not be honorable. In any case, he had already made it clear before that no matter what method he used, as long as he could win. First, let me see if your peak divine king title is real. Jiang Xian thought in his heart. The direction of the flames he controlled changed, and actually slapped towards the nearby Ling Xiao. Two black tigers suddenly appeared. They were sinister and frightening as they roared towards Ling Xiao. These two ferocious black tigers were definitely not just images. They were lifelike and full of vigor as they attacked from the left and right. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for an alchemist to multitask. Otherwise, it would easily affect the success or failure of a cauldron. However, Jiang Xian was not afraid. After he made a move, he immediately slapped his cauldron with one hand, and used the other to control the black tiger's power. Despicable. Ling Fei couldn't help but curse. Jiang Tu sneered at the side. Didn't we agree that no matter what method you use, as long as you can refine a divine pill? If you can't even handle this, then what kind of divine alchemist are you? Miao Qingyue and Yin Daijiao also didn't expect Jiang Xian to play dirty. Their expressions became complicated. Miao Qingyue's expression became even more tyrannical as he thought to himself. Multitasking, this Jiang Xian is quite good. Only, I wonder how that Ling Xiao will deal with it. Yin Daijiao's impression of Jiang Xian instantly fell. She hated this kind of despicable person. At the same time, she was more or less worried about Ling Xiao. However, it was only a little worry for an ordinary person. When the two black tigers were about to pounce in front of Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unaware of it as he continued to make complicated hand seals and concoct pills. The people who were watching this scene became nervous. They all thought that Ling Xiao must have been too focused and didn't notice the attack coming. Rumble. The two black tigers rushed towards Ling Xiao. The astonishing energy explosion caused a frightening sound, causing the nearby spatial energy to churn unceasingly. Hee what peak divine king. You are nothing but an idiot. Jiang Xian sneered complacently. As long as his attack worked, Ling Xiao's mind would be shaken, and the essence of the pellets would dissipate. Then Ling Xiao would be eliminated in advance. At that time, all he had to do was condense the pellets and he would win. However, before his smile could finish, his expression froze. His eyes also became astonished, and the flame in his hand almost disappeared. He hurriedly restrained his mind and controlled the flame. His fire palm kept hitting the medicine cauldron as he cursed in his heart. How is this possible? He is actually fine. Jiang Xian was a mid-level divine king. The power of his sudden attack was not weak. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. He was still quietly concocting pills, as if the attack just now didn't hit him at all. The surrounding people also opened their mouths wide in shock. They all had an incredulous look on their faces. Ling Fei, on the other hand, said proudly, "In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless." Ling Fei was aware of Ling Xiao's strength. However, the opponent's unexpected attack still made him break out in cold sweat. However, seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to be prepared and had already used his defensive power to block the opponent's attack, he finally relaxed. Although Jiang Tu and the others were a little surprised, it seemed to still be within their control because Jiang Xian still hadn't used his ultimate move. As long as Jiang Xian used his ultimate move, he could definitely make Ling Xiao suffer the consequences. Miao Qingyue was extremely surprised that Ling Xiao was able to block this move unscathed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. Once the defense was lost, the elixir essence in the cauldron would be finished. Yin Daijiao was not so surprised. When she went to pick up Ling Xiao, she already knew that Ling Xiao was the Sunjin of Goguryeo of the Sky Dragon domain. His strength was outstanding. How could he not have any tricks up his sleeves? It was not that Ling Xiao did not know about Jiang Xian's attack, but that he did not care about it. This little bit of broken hand was really not difficult for him. It could not shake his mind. If you only have this little ability, then you are out. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. At this time he already extracted the essence from the spirit grasses. A beast pill was thrown in by him to refine. Jiang Xian also entered the refining beast pill segment, but he actually did not continue to use forceful moves to rope in Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao feel rather strange. He did not think that Jiang Xian would let it go just like this. "I'll let you refine a while more first. In a while, I'll make all your previous efforts go to waste," Jiang Xian secretly thought in his heart. The two people each harbored ulterior motives, entering a white-hot stage all the way. The two people's extraction of the beast pill's power was already more than half completed. Ling Xiao deliberately reduced the speed, and did not use soul force to split the beast pill. He did not wish to appear too high-profile for the time being. Just when Ling Xiao refined 2/3 of the beast pill, Jiang Xian made a move again. It was only to see that the tiger helmet on his head actually emitted a formless soul force attack, charging towards Ling Xiao's divine soul. Although this soul force could not compare to Ling Xiao's soul force attack, It could absolutely threaten the situation of any divine king's divine soul too. He did not seek to be able to kill Ling Xiao. He just wanted to injure Ling Xiao's divine soul. Then how could Ling Xiao still refine pills? As for the reason why he knew soul force attacks, it was not because he was a member of the soul race, but because in ancient times, their Fiend Tiger clan was also an important archenemy against the soul race. In that soul exterminating battle, the Fiend Tiger clan killed the most soul race people, because they had always been one of the most powerful existences among the many ancient clans. It was also in that battle that the Fiend Tiger clan's experts captured many soul race people, searched the soul race's memories, extracted the soul race's secrets, and learned their soul race's soul force attack mystic art. Their Fiend Tiger clan wanted to impart this soul race mystic art to their clansmen to cultivate at that time. Unfortunately, without the heavy soul Tenbin, the sea of consciousness was not spacious enough, and there was no way to cultivate it all. Thus, after many modifications and attempts by their Fiend Tiger clan, they finally modified this secret technique to be suitable for a portion of people to cultivate. Although they were unable to instantly kill anyone like the soul race, they could injure the souls and divine souls of others, allowing them to kill others more easily. Of course, only alchemists or people with a wider sea of consciousness than ordinary people could cultivate their long-lived version of the secret technique. Divine alchemists like Jiang Xian often needed to concentrate their mental energy to cultivate, so that they could gradually accumulate and strengthen their soul force, and use it to attack. It was just that the weakness of their modified soul force attack was not small. Not only was its power much weaker, it could only be used once or twice, and its soul force would be exhausted. Therefore, Jiang Xian would not use it unless he had no other choice, and he did not want other races to know that they possessed such an ability. Now that he was competing with Ling Xiao in pill refining, and suddenly using this attack, he felt that he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. This was also the reason why they were so confident in the beginning. They definitely felt that there were very few people in this world who could unknowingly block a soul force attack. Otherwise, the soul race would not have been able to make the people of the various races feel such a terrifying threat in the past, and make them want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how much Jiang Xian thought about it, he would never be able to predict that the true reincarnation of the ancestor of the soul race would be right in front of him, and he would actually use his strength to show off against Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao sensed the soul force attack, he was still shocked. He never thought that Jiang Xian would actually be able to do this. He even suspected that Jiang Xian had the bloodline of the soul race in him. Fortunately, those soul forces could not even break through the defense of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, and were unable to threaten him at all. Jiang Xian looked at the still unmoved Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but become even more anxious. What's going on this? It's impossible for this guy to even block my soul power attack. He had used this soul power attack more than once or twice. In the past, there were some blind fellows who had offended him, and they had also been turned into idiots by his soul power attack. He knew how terrifying this soul power attack was. However, his soul power was like mud entering the sea. It actually caused Ling Xiao to not move at all. He did not believe this, so he gathered his strength once again, and used his soul power to attack again. He could only use it twice in a row. If there was no effect these 2 times, then he could only wait for the result of the core formation stage in an upright manner. The second soul power attack was the same as the first. It was still unable to harm Ling Xiao. Jiang Xian had completely given up. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts, and planned to wholeheartedly refine the pill. He had to raise the quality of the pill. He had to win against Ling Xiao. Jiang Tu, who was below, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He realized that Jiang Xian was actually unable to defeat Ling Xiao, and thought to himself, could it be that Jiang Xian's soul power attack hasn't been used yet? It seems like this guy's soul power attack is also limited. I have to take him down and see how he understands soul power attacks, in case there is big trouble in the future. Ling Xiao thought solemnly in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao actually began to counterattack. His soul-locking curse rushed out of his sea of consciousness, and rushed towards Jiang Xian's sea of consciousness. However, Jiang Xian's tiger helmet seemed to have a certain degree of defense against soul power attacks, and it actually blocked Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. Just when Ling Xiao thought that he couldn't do anything to Jiang Xian, the soul-locking curse directly broke through the defense of his tiger helmet and entered his sea of consciousness and divine soul. So it only has a little bit of defense. It is completely useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Arg. Jiang Xian was covered by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse, and his divine soul was locked. He struggled and let out miserable cries. Chapter 1372. Jiang Xian was done for. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. They didn't understand why Jiang Xian suddenly went crazy and screamed. Most of the elixir essence he refined had dissipated at this moment. It wasn't enough to continue condensing the pill. What's wrong with divine teacher Jiang? Miao Qingyue asked in confusion. Yan Dijiao looked at Jiang Xian, and then at Ling Xiao. However, she found that Ling Xiao was still focused on refining the pill, as if he didn't hear anything. Jiang Xian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tu couldn't stay calm anymore, and couldn't help but shout at Jiang Xian. If it wasn't for the people from the medicine guild standing at the side, he would have rushed over. He felt that Jiang Xian, who clearly had a good chance of winning, had suddenly gone mad, wasting all of his previous efforts in alchemy. Jiang Tu was furious. This time, their devil tiger sect lost a lot of face. Ling Fei took the chance to sneer. Haha, so he's just an idiot, not some divine alchemist. He's still pretending. It seems that he knows he can't condense the pill, and just pretended to be crazy and gave up. Others might not know of Ling Xiao's ability, but Ling Fei knew. To be able to make Jiang Xian go crazy without a sound, and without leaving a single flaw, this was simply flawless. However, who could prove that this was done by Ling Xiao? Even the half-incipient God Realm experts here didn't have this ability. After Jiang Xian screamed a few times, his eyes became a bit sluggish. Then he quickly returned to normal. However, the way he looked at Ling Xiao was a bit different. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let Jiang Xian call him master. He just sent a message and told him to pack his things first. He still needed to condense the pill. Jiang Xian pretended to sigh. I actually failed, I'm not willing. Then he put away his cauldron and returned to Jiang Tu's side. Without Jiang Xian's help, Ling Xiao didn't worry that the people from Devil Tiger sect would dare to do anything to him. He immediately focused on refining the pill. Jiang Tu impatiently went to Jiang Xian's side and asked, Jiang Xian, what's going on? He was aware of Jiang Xian's alchemy level. How could he fail for no reason? Moreover, his cry just now seemed a little strange. An accident happened. Originally, I wanted to use soul power to attack that guy, but something went wrong. Jiang Xian revealed an uncomfortable look and said, although Jiang Xian was under Ling Xiao's control, there was nothing wrong with his thoughts. His reply to Jiang Tu was flawless. Jiang Tu shook his head in incomparable disappointment, then sent a sound transmission. If we lose, then we lose. Our Devil Tiger sect can afford to lose, but if we can't get that woman, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain when we return. Jiang Xian replied, she is the apple of the three old men's eyes. It's impossible for her to be so easily tricked by us. Although we lost today, we can always come back after 10 days. In any case, the bet is only for us to leave this place temporarily. At the alchemy conference, we will definitely be able to wash away today's shame. Jiang Xian didn't reveal the slightest bit of dejection, but Jiang Tu felt very satisfied. It was just that the losses made him feel incomparably distressed. Miao Qingyue, who was not far away, inwardly mocked. What Sky Tiger region's youngest and most powerful divine alchemist? Turns out he's only SO. He truly lives up to his reputation. Towards Jiang Xian and Ling Xiao, the one who made Miao Qingyue feel the most threatened was Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao would be eliminated early. After all, Ling Xiao's age gave him too much of an advantage. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he had expected. Yan Dijiao, who was at the side, didn't reveal any strange expression, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. She suddenly discovered that Ling Xiao seemed to have become somewhat different from before. The flames shot out from his palms were much more intense, and the tempo was clearly several times faster. Those hands turned into countless palm shadows, making it hard to tell which hands were the real palms. The power of the fire fluctuated between big and small, and the control was quite exquisite. Ling Xiao's movements seemed to be as smooth as flowing water, incomparably skilled. His figure was dignified, and the transcendent demeanor of a master arose spontaneously. Very quickly, the last bit of the beast core's power was completely refined by him. Then he poured in the divine spring and the divine power in his body, causing it to begin fusing with the essence of the spirit grass. At the last moment, Ling Xiao didn't reveal the slightest hint of panic. He raised both of his palms, and a powerful suction force instantly came from all directions. The vast amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the various sources of energy, seemed to be at his disposal. This kind of movement caused Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao's expressions to change. If it were them absorbing the energy and condensing the pill, they wouldn't be able to cause such a huge commotion as easily as Ling Xiao. A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. His palms kept changing the positions of his palms, causing the absorbed energy to fuse together before forcefully pressing it into the cauldron. "Condense for me." Ling Xiao let out a startled roar. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the high platform shook without end. A wave of roiling energy shot into the sky, and a medicinal fragrance instantly filled the surroundings. The phenomenon in the sky flashed by, and it was completely dissolved by the formation laid down by the palace city. There was no need to worry that the phenomenon would destroy everything in the city. The figure standing beside the cauldron was as still as a mountain, as if he wasn't affected at all by the powerful force caused by the condensing of the pill. Just this point alone was enough for Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao to look at him in a higher light. "All right, the pill has already been condensed. Please come up and have a look in case you say I cheated," Ling Xiao said to Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao. The two of them didn't hesitate. With a light leap, they flew up to the high platform where Ling Xiao was refining pills like the wind. They looked into the divine cauldron, and saw 3 round, jade-like divine pills remaining in the divine cauldron. A medicinal fragrance spread out, causing people to feel extremely intoxicated. "How can there be 3 pills?" Miao Qingyue cried out involuntarily. For any pill that reached the saint rank, it was extremely difficult to condense multiple pills in one cauldron, let alone divine rank pills. At this rank, those who could condense multiple pills in one cauldron were those who had already reached the pinnacle of alchemy. They were able to compress and retain all the refined essence energy. Only when the pill was condensed would they be able to compress that energy into multiple pills. There weren't many divine alchemists in their medicine alliance who could do this. Not to mention, those like Ling Xiao who could condense 3 divine pills in one cauldron were definitely very few. In disbelief, Miao Qingyue took the 3 divine pills and held them in his hand. He observed the time they took to form the pills, their color, and their degree of roundness to see if Ling Xiao had cheated. After examining them, he discovered that these 3 divine pills had just been formed, and their quality and degree of roundness were even higher. Their medicinal effects were definitely of the high grade. Although Miao Qingyue didn't admit that Ling Xiao had this ability, he didn't know how to judge this fact. Yan Daijiao took the 3 divine pills and began to examine them just like Miao Qingyue. In the end, she smiled and commented, "These 3 divine pills have almost no signs of fatigue. They are definitely of the high grade. Divine alchemist Ling Xiao is truly a genius at alchemy. This little girl is ashamed of her inferiority." Miao Qingyue didn't expect Yan Daijiao to praise Ling Xiao so highly, and his expression became even more unsightly. He turned to Yan Daijiao from the side and said, "Junior sister, I think it's best to have the other divine alchemists take a look. Why do I feel like this is somewhat impossible?" Miao Qingyue's words undoubtedly expressed his distrust of Ling Xiao. He felt that even if Ling Xiao had become a divine alchemist by some fluke, it was impossible for him to reach such a level of proficiency. Just as Yan Daijiao was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "No problem, you can take them to the other divine alchemists. In any case, the materials are yours, so I refined these 3 divine pills for you for free." He then turned to Yan Daijiao and said, "Hand over the stakes we just placed. I believe the outcome has already been decided." Yin Dai Jiao stared blankly at Ling Xiao for a moment before handing over the 2 spatial rings to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took them and put away the cauldron before jumping off the high platform without looking at the 2 of them. Only then did Miao Qingyue recover and coldly snort. Our alchemy union doesn't care about your 3 divine pills. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. He had actually given him these divine pills. Could it be that he didn't know how to refine them himself? Yin Dai Jiao said from the side. Senior brother, watch your words, he is our guest. She then flew over to Ling Xiao and handed the 3 divine pills to Ling Xiao. I believe you refined them just now. You've won this match. Yin Dai Jiao had always been recognized as a genius in alchemy. She was already a 3rd-grade alchemist when she just reached adulthood, a 7th-grade alchemist by the time she reached 50 years of age, and she had become an alchemist saint by the time she reached 100 years of age. Now that she had broken through to God King, she had smoothly become a divine alchemist. This was not unrelated to the alchemy god's inheritance she had obtained since she was young, but her cultivation of Tenbin had also attracted many people's attention. However, even as a divine alchemist, she could only refine 1 or 2 low-grade divine pills at most. It was impossible for someone like Ling Xiao to refine 3 high-grade pills at once. She finally understood why Ling Xiao was so arrogant and conceited. It turned out that he had the capital to back it up, not to mention that he was a Sunjin of Goguryeo. If it was her, she would also feel that she was a cut above others. Ling Xiao bluntly put away the 3 divine king pills. He smiled and said, Many thanks, it took me a lot of effort to refine them. I can even sell them for quite a lot of divine crystals. Ling Xiao acted as if it would be impolite to refuse, as if he was a pauper who lacked all kinds of divine materials and resources. He didn't want to waste anything at all. My goodness, I just earned 2 billion divine crystals and 500 divine herbs. However, Ling Xiao's attitude made Yin Dai Jiao feel that he was very funny, very humorous and very honest. Her favorable impression of him began to rise by a lot. Didn't you say you wanted to pay a visit to the 3 alchemists? How about I take you there now? Yin Dai Jiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Of course, Ling Xiao would not refuse. However, before he left with Yin Dai Jiao, he still said to her, I think you should ask them to leave the city first. Otherwise, they won't be able to find a way out. Ling Xiao pointed at the people of the Devil Tiger sect. His meaning was very clear. Chapter 1373. The Devil Tiger sect's people had already lost, so how could Jiang Tu still have the face to stay? Wasn't that just asking to be humiliated? Thus, under the lead of the Medicine Guild's people, they awkwardly left the palace city. Behind them, only the wanton laughter of Ling Fei and the others could be heard. The Dragon Gate and the Devil Tiger sect, as well as the Kim people and the Devil Tiger sect, had always been enemies. They had fought over many resources and formed a grudge. Now that they had angered their opponents away, Ling Fei and the others naturally felt very refreshed and happy. Junior sister, it's against the rules to bring a person to see master and the others. An untimely voice rang out. Miao Qingyue looked at Yin Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao with some dissatisfaction. He didn't expect Yin Dai Jiao to be so enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao, and even personally bring him to meet the 3 masters and martial uncles. He definitely wouldn't allow it. If the 3 masters and martial uncles took a liking to Ling Xiao, then wouldn't he never have the chance to marry Yin Dai Jiao? However, Yin Dai Jiao didn't give him any face and sweetly said, whether they meet or not is the 3 masters' business, it's none of your business. Although Miao Qingyue was Yin Dai Jiao's idol when she was very young, and she had once fantasized that Miao Qingyue would be her man. This was because she felt that this senior apprentice brother was more capable than other men. Moreover, he always displayed a mature and steady appearance, deeply attracting her. However, in this one opportunity to become an idol, she discovered her senior apprentice brother's filthy nature. It was truly too disappointing and painful. He actually forced himself on a maid who wasn't willing to accompany him. Moreover, after he had sex with her, he actually ruthlessly destroyed her corpse. The young girl's first fantasy, every one of her lovers, was torn to pieces by this merciless scene. She never thought that her senior apprentice brother would be this kind of person. She was thoroughly disappointed. Although her senior apprentice brother was usually refined and courteous to others, in her eyes, he had become a hateful beast. She no longer had any good impression of him. Therefore, she always kept a respectful distance from any man. Even if she looked approachable, her heart was bound by layers of shackles. She would never fall in love with any man so easily. Compared to her, Ling Xiao's arrogance gave people the feeling that he dared to take responsibility for his actions. He didn't have the passion and greed that other men had when they looked at her. This made Yan Daijiao feel that he was a special existence among all men. She felt that he was a man with true feelings. She did have a good impression of him, but it was only a good impression. It was far from liking him. Perhaps if he could pass her 3 masters, she would look at him in a new light. After all, in the past few years, there weren't many people who had received praise from their 3 masters. Even his senior brother had only received a few words of praise from his personal master, and the other 2 masters hadn't expressed anything at all. Of course, she was an exception. The 3 supreme divine alchemy gods were all her masters, so she was especially favored by them. She had never disappointed them, so naturally, she received a lot of praise. Ling Xiao followed Yan Daijiao towards the main hall of the city. The building area of this great hall was extremely vast, and the numerous buildings within the great hall were extremely grand. Many of the walls were built with divine-grade stones, and there were numerous complicated formation markings on them. Walking here caused a shapeless pressure to arise spontaneously. Ling Xiao felt that once the array formation of this hall was activated, even if a supreme being came to attack, they would be completely annihilated by this array formation. Even though he was in the passageway of the Great Hall, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if danger was attacking him at any moment, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps he was too sensitive, or perhaps he was too vigilant. Jiao noticed that Ling Xiao hadn't said anything along the way. She glanced at him and asked, "Divine Teacher Ling, are you very nervous?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Not really. I just feel that your palace is too oppressive, and I feel a little uncomfortable." Jiao looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. She hadn't expected Ling Xiao to give such an answer. "I've been gone for so many years, but I've never felt this way," Jiao replied. "It's because you've traveled too much that you don't feel this way. Moreover, you're a member of the association, unlike us outsiders." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Jiao nodded and continued, "I wonder which alchemy god sect your master is? I'm older than you, so I've definitely spent more time refining pills than you, but I can't condense 3 divine pills in one go. Even 2 isn't something I can do every time." While speaking, Jiao couldn't help but stare at this man who was even younger than her with a hint of worship in her eyes. Even if Ling Xiao was a reincarnata or had obtained some heaven-defying inheritance, it was still shocking for him to be able to reach this point at such a young age. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, "I was only lucky enough to obtain some fortuitous encounters and refine them in my free time. It's not worth Goddess Yan's praise." Being praised by a beauty was a joyous matter, and Ling Xiao was no exception. Jiao narrowed her eyes and said, "Your cauldron is the legendary obsidian divine cauldron, right?" Ling Xiao raised his brows and replied, "Correct, Goddess Yan is truly experienced and knowledgeable." As his strength grew, he didn't mind letting others see that he had an ancient divine cauldron. However, he couldn't help but be more vigilant here. It had to be known that every alchemist longed for the best cauldron to refine pills, and the obsidian divine cauldron in his hand was undoubtedly the king of cauldrons. It was a divine object that all alchemists desired. Jiao revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Hee, are you afraid that I'll get someone to kill you and take your cauldron?" Her laughter was like a heavenly scoundrel, and people would never get tired of hearing it. Listening to it was a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao had to admit that this woman was perfect. Compared to Lu Piapiao, the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region, she was even more attractive. It wasn't that Lu Piapiao wasn't as beautiful as her, nor did she have her temperament, but Lu Piapiao's personality was cold, and not everyone could get close to her. However, this Jiao was different. Although she was high and mighty, she was like the girl next door who could talk to you. making people feel that she was very approachable. That kind of feeling was as if a goddess was within reach, and it was impossible for people not to have thoughts about her. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's extraordinary willpower, just by being so close to Yan Dijiao, he would have long been attracted to her. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. If you really do that, I'll accept it. After pausing for a moment, he continued. However, I believe that the Dignified Medicine Alliance would not do such a heart-chilling thing. What's more, I feel that you, Goddess Yan, are a very kind and cute girl, so you wouldn't do such a thing. Goddesses also needed people to praise them. Yan Dijiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to praise her like this. Her face slightly heated up, and she angrily said, How can it be as good as you say? Actually, I'm also very fierce. As she spoke, she raised her fist, displaying her ferocious might. Ling Xiao replied, You look quite fierce. Like a tigress. What? You're the tigress? Yan Dijiao was instantly angered by Ling Xiao's words. She lightly kicked Ling Xiao to express her dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao jumped to the side and corrected himself. I'm sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. How could such a beautiful and kind girl like you be a tigress? That's more like it. Yan Dijiao replied with satisfaction. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next sentence would make her fly into a rage? You're not a tigress, but you're a bit like a female yiksha. Haha. Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Yan Dijiao had never been mocked like this before. She immediately shouted and pounced towards Ling Xiao, her fist flying towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao didn't dodge and allowed Yan Dijiao to continuously hit him. Her strength wasn't even enough to tickle him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth, as if he had known this woman for a long time. It was as if they had interacted like water. After hitting Ling Xiao a few times, Yan Dijiao suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. She instantly froze and stared at Ling Xiao, who was looking down at her. Their gazes met, and in an instant, her entire body became sluggish as if she had been electrocuted. The two of them just stared at each other, and their clear eyes seemed to ripple with a different kind of brilliance. Just as the two of them were getting closer and closer, Ling Xiao coughed lightly and regained his composure. Cough, cough. Goddess Yan, quickly lead the way to the 3 Yao elders. He turned his head away and inwardly scolded himself for letting his imagination run wild. You're already a married man. Yan Dijiao also regained her composure and softly responded with an before quickly leading the way. At this moment, her heart was beating very quickly, causing her to be at a loss. Her delicate face was blushing, and if it wasn't for the veil covering her face, she would have been seen through. She scolded herself in her heart. I'm really not coquettish, it's really embarrassing. The two of them didn't say anything along the way, and quickly arrived at the entrance of the main hall. They saw 2 mighty 10th grade Qilin lion beasts lying at the entrance. They appeared to be incomparably ferocious and powerful. Their large eyes gave off an oppressive sense of sharpness and a scorching aura that ordinary people couldn't endure. They both glared at Ling Xiao with ferocious glints in their eyes. It seemed that if Ling Xiao took even half a step closer, they would pounce on him and devour him. Ling Xiao inwardly praised. Using these 2 10th grade Qilin lion beasts to guard the entrance is quite a big move. Little 3, little 4, be obedient and don't cause trouble. Yan Dijiao shouted at the 2 Qilin lion beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 Qilin lion beasts immediately let out low cries and continued to lie on the ground, no longer glaring at Ling Xiao. Little 3, little 4, good names, truly good names. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise them. He felt that the names he gave his spirit beasts were quite good, but he didn't expect that Yan Dijiao's names would be even more exotic. He couldn't help but admire her so much that he wanted to prostrate himself before her. It's none of your business. Yan Dijiao didn't seem to have recovered from her anger. She coldly snorted and walked up to the main hall. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't bicker with her. However, he heard her voice again. Remember, you're not allowed to call me the marriage goddess in the future. Just call me by my name. Chapter 1374. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the main hall of the Alchemy Union with these characters. This was the largest hall Ling Xiao had seen so far. It was all-encompassing and filled with myriad auras. It was as if he had arrived in an unknown world. It was unimaginably large, and standing inside made him feel incomparably small. The floor was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and there was a special grid made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood, as well as tables and chairs. The surrounding walls were engraved with ancient patterns that exuded a boundless aura. The ceiling of the hall was filled with specks of starlight that resembled a vast sea of stars. At the center of the hall were 3 dragon and phoenix jade tables that looked exceptionally noble. Ling Xiao was fiercely shocked. He'd never imagined that this hall would actually use the sky as the scenery, and such a vast divine formation was set up within the hall. It allowed others to walk into this hall, as if they'd walked into the universe, whereas the person at the seat of the highest position was like a king of sovereigns that ruled over the boundless world. No wonder the Alchemy Union was able to expand to such a large scale. The person who could build such a hall must have a great mind and ambition. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Dai Jiao slightly bowed towards the 3 empty seats and said, "Masters, Jiao has brought Dragon Gate's youngest divine alchemist, Ling Xiao. He wishes to pay you a visit." He was able to condense a furnace of divine materials into 3 divine pills in one go. This disciple is ashamed of her inferiority. Her voice reverberated around the hall, but no one responded. After a long time, Dai Jiao said with some disappointment, "Are the 3 masters not here? Since they are not here, then forget it." Ling Xiao was also a little disappointed. He naturally wanted to see the 3 supreme divine alchemists. At the same time, he also hoped to form a good relationship with them. If the Dragon Gate could form a relationship with the Alchemy Union, then his trip would not have been in vain. Unfortunately, he didn't even see their shadows, so there was nothing he could do. However, just as Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao were about to leave the hall, a divine light shone down from the ceiling. The 2 of them looked back, and saw that there was an additional figure on the left of the 3 seats of honor. This person was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were clear and his eyes were kind, giving off the feeling of a kind old man next door. This was just the shadow of a divine soul avatar, but it felt so real. It didn't feel like a phantom at all. Ling Xiao looked at the old man. He couldn't sense any aura from him, but he could feel that he seemed to have a life of his own. It was as if he had a body of flesh and blood, just like his own soul. In reality, Ling Xiao had no way of distinguishing whether it was flesh, blood, or divine soul. After all, the other party was a true supreme being. Their divine soul was as solid as an ordinary person's, and it was truly impossible to see through it. "Little Jiao, why are you looking for us?" the old man asked with a benevolent smile. "Second master, you've finally returned. Where are first master and third master?" Jiao cried out in pleasant surprise. She directly walked in front of the 3 divine seats, and obediently stood next to the old man. This old man was one of the 3 elders of the Medicine Alliance, the second elder, Lian Haogong. He was a peak-level intermediate sovereign, and a genuine sovereign medicine god. He was also the most approachable and popular person among the 3 elders. "Your first master and third master naturally have matters to attend to. Is this brat the one you've chosen?" Lian Haogong replied. Then his gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if this Lian Haogong's gaze could see through all his thoughts, leaving him with no secrets to hide. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended, directly attacking his body and mind. He had an urge to kneel down in submission. Ling Xiao's back slightly bent, and cold sweat immediately poured down his back. His bones cracked as if they were about to be crushed. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Don't bully him." Jiao cried out nervously. "Humph." Ling Xiao knew that the other party was trying to take him down a notch or test his limits. He immediately snorted coldly and unleashed all the power in his body. A peerless golden true qi roared out, its might descending to the heavens, and forcibly dispersed the pressure that was pressing down on him. He's actually a subordinate of the Kim people. This shouldn't be the case." Lian Haogong exclaimed in surprise. Lian Haogong was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that the Kim people's subordinates were usually of the metal attribute, which was why they could produce dragon-shaped battle qi. However, Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist, and his body possessed the metal attribute. It could only be said that he cultivated both metal and fire. Does Lord Alchemy God think that this brat is easy to bully? Ling Xiao looked angrily at Lian Haogong. He was not a member of their alchemy union, nor was he their enemy. He was their guest. Yet he was trying to take him down a notch the moment they met. This made Ling Xiao very angry. His temper is not small at such a young age. However, he is also like a man. Zhao Er's eyes are not bad. Lian Haogong gently stroked his long beard and laughed. Yan Dijiao, who was standing to the side, shyly stomped her feet and said, "Second master, if you talk like that again, I'll pluck your beard clean." Okay, second master, don't say any more. Girls are truly attracted to their husbands. Lian Haogong repeatedly agreed. Looking at Yan Dijiao's reaction, he felt that his guess was correct. It seemed like this disciple of his had finally found someone she liked. "I'm going to ignore you. He's here to visit you and the other two masters. I'm just a guide," Yan Dijiao explained. Lian Haogong no longer talked about Yan Dijiao. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "There are still 10 more days before the Divine Alchemist Alchemy competition. Why did you come to find us old men?" Over the years, countless divine alchemists had wanted to visit them, but they never got to meet them. It wasn't that they thought too highly of themselves. It was just that they had seen many divine alchemists who were not qualified for them to patiently explain to them. It was truly a waste of time. Therefore, they would usually only meet those spoiled young divine alchemists. This was on the premise that these young divine alchemists could enter their eyes. Therefore, they held this divine alchemist conference to see which young divine alchemist would stand out from the crowd and be worthy of their meeting. However, before this, they already knew that there were a few divine alchemists who were less than 1,000 years old in each region. Among these few, Ling Xiao shocked them the most. He was also the one they wanted to meet the most. After all, the disciple nurtured by the 3 supreme alchemists was not as outstanding as an unknown brat who had reached the ranks of divine alchemists before the age of 100 years. They had looked through all the ancient books they had read. In the ancient times, the youngest person to become a divine apothecary was only 150 years old. Ling Xiao was dozens of years older than them. They couldn't help but pay attention to him. After all, the prerequisite to becoming a divine alchemist was to become a divine king. In other words, to become a divine alchemist, one had to be equally outstanding in both cultivation and alchemy. Only then could one achieve this status in such a short period of time. Even if it was a cultivator who seized a body or obtained an inheritance, wanting to reach the divine alchemist realm in a mere 100 years was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now someone had done it. They had to pay attention. Therefore, when Yan Dijiao brought Ling Xiao here, Lian Haogong decided to meet this young man and see if he was really that outstanding. Now that he had met him, he was indeed not disappointed. He was truly a dragon among men. What surprised Lian Haogong was that Ling Xiao was already a peak divine king. From the looks of it, he was only a little over 90 years old, yet he was already so powerful. It was only a matter of time before he became a sovereign. After all, he still had the Dragon Gate and the Kim people behind him. With their conditions, it would not be a problem for them to forcefully create a sovereign. At that time, once their alchemy skills improved, everything would be a success. Thinking of this, Lian Haogong felt that he had to attract such a young man to their alchemy union. If he and their disciple, Yan Dijiao, could achieve a good marriage, then their alchemy union would definitely become even more prosperous. In the future, with 2 more supreme alchemists, even the entire heaven realm would have to look up to their alchemy union. Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and replied, "I have long heard that the 3 alchemist gods possess remarkable abilities, and that no one can compare to your alchemy skills. Therefore, Ling Xiao has come to ask for guidance." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Lian Haogong and Yan Dijiao were immediately stunned. In the past, whenever divine alchemists saw Lian Haogong, they would all be respectful. Even a true sovereign wouldn't put on airs in front of them. However, even though this young man was a divine alchemist and his strength was much stronger than they had imagined, he still wasn't qualified to ask for guidance from a supreme alchemist like him. But now this young man had said so. as if he wasn't afraid of him at all. This made Lien Haogong feel that this young man was too impulsive. If you want me to give you a pointer or two, maybe I can see if you have the qualifications. But if you want to ask me for a pointer or two, then your current qualifications are far from enough. Lien Haogong said very bluntly. In his eyes, this young man didn't know when to advance or retreat, and was somewhat ignorant, which made him very disappointed. Haha, is that so? Ling Xiao chuckled, and the spatial ring in his hand turned into an ancient cauldron. At the same time, his body and god soul appeared in front of this cauldron, and the aura of a half-incipient god realm shot out. If I have sovereign spirit materials, perhaps I can try to refine a sovereign god pill. I wonder if you believe me? Ling Xiao stared at Lien Haogong and said. Yin Djiao looked at Ling Xiao, who had been split into two, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lien Haogong's old eyes twitched, and he said in surprise, "You have a body and god soul, and you have half-incipient god realm power. TSK, kid, what kind of heaven-defying opportunity did you get? This is too abnormal." Pausing for a while, he looked at the cauldron and finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. His body shot towards Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, the cauldron next to him was already in Lien Haogong's hand. Oh no, does he want to take the obsidian divine cauldron? Ling Xiao screamed in his mind, and immediately used his thought to summon the cauldron back. The obsidian divine cauldron instantly emitted a vast wave of energy, trying to get rid of Lien Haogong's hand. However, Lien Haogong was a supreme expert, and the obsidian divine cauldron's soul power couldn't get rid of him. In the next moment, Ling Xiao recklessly attacked Lien Haogong. Chapter 1375. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his body, god soul, and the obsidian divine cauldron was to prove that he was qualified to talk to Lien Haogong. At the same time, he hoped that Lien Haogong would not look down on him so that he would have the qualifications to ask for advice. His understanding of alchemy was not inferior to any supreme alchemy god. Moreover, he felt that the alchemy union was recognized as the #1 force. They always paid attention to every alchemist and encouraged their development, so that they could better advance to the next realm. Ling Xiao felt that as the supreme alchemy god, he would not look down on his cauldron. After all, they were existences that had reached the peak, and would not lack a divine cauldron. However, he had forgotten that his obsidian divine cauldron was an ancient divine weapon, one of the 9 great ancient divine cauldrons. It was a divine item that any alchemist wanted. Even the supreme alchemy god could not help but be tempted by it. Anyway, this kind of limited ancient divine cauldron would not be troublesome. Moreover, they could pass it on, so why would they not need it? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would not be able to show off, and that his divine cauldron would be stolen by someone else. This time he even wanted to die. All of his belongings were inside the divine cauldron. Ling Xiao's real body and god soul avatar burst out with all of their power. At the same time, they blasted out a monstrous fist intent towards Lien Haogong from the left and right. With such an all-out attack at such a close distance, even a half-incipient god realm expert would be blown up by Ling Xiao. All of the space energy in the hall was squeezed onto Lien Haogong's body. The blazing heaven flames filled the hall, making it extremely hot. Yen Daijiao looked at this scene in a daze. She was completely stunned by this change. Lien Haogong, who was holding the obsidian divine cauldron, completely ignored Ling Xiao's attack. He calmly looked at the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks and said, "Young man, don't be so impulsive." Then he slightly raised one hand, and an indescribable force began to spread out. Immediately after, the power of the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks was stopped, and his flames were extinguished. Ling Xiao only felt that all the spatial energy around him was not under his control. Instead, it was forcefully binding him, making it so that he could not even use his power. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned red. For the first time, he felt an irresistible power, which made him feel extremely sad and insignificant. It was as if killing him was as easy as killing an ant in his opponent's eyes. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to see if it was the real divine obsidian cauldron. Now it looks like it really is," Lien Haogong said faintly and then let go of the divine obsidian cauldron. The moment he let go of the cauldron, Ling Xiao felt his entire body relax. His true body and soul regained their freedom. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted his foolish behavior just now. He shouldn't be so arrogant in front of a true supreme alchemy god. If Lian Haogong really wanted to take his divine cauldron, the other party could have killed him right now. Then he would have died in vain. Ling Xiao combined the two into one and retrieved the divine obsidian cauldron. He slightly cupped his hands towards Lian Haogong and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Just now, Ling Xiao lost his composure." This apology was necessary. Ling Xiao was not someone who couldn't let go. If he was already a supreme today, he wouldn't be so sullen. His heart yearned to break through to become a true supreme as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to control his own fate. Even if it was a more powerful supreme, he would still have the leeway to resist. Lian Haogong looked at Ling Xiao with appreciation and said, "Not bad. Even though it was a little arrogant, you have the capital to be arrogant. Not bad, ah. However, it is better for you to be low-key in the future. If you didn't meet me today, don't even think about taking back your divine obsidian cauldron." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. This little one was rash. He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, this little one does have some experience in becoming a supreme alchemy god, so I would like to ask for some advice from you." This time, Lian Haogong did not refuse. He stroked his long beard and smiled. "Your courage is commendable. Compared to the other brats I've seen in the past, you have much more character. Very well, I will have a good talk with you. Let's see what you have to say." After Lian Haogong saw Ling Xiao's divine obsidian cauldron, he immediately guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortune. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an amazing alchemy ability. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was an inanimate object. Even if he had the inheritance, he still needed to rely on his outstanding comprehension and his outstanding Timbin cultivation to have everything he had today. Now he truly understood the source of Ling Xiao's confidence. He had a god soul that was even stronger than his real body. No wonder why he could advance so fast. Moreover, regarding the path of alchemy, the strength of one's god soul was also very important. A half-incipient god realm divine alchemist was indeed qualified to be received by a supreme divine alchemist like him. Ling Xiao finally exhaled in relief. As long as he could enter the eyes of this supreme divine alchemist, he believed that he didn't need to participate in the alchemy conference, and would be able to form a friendly relationship with the alchemy union. Next, Lian Haogong returned to his seat. Ling Xiao was also given a seat, and began to exchange alchemy knowledge with Lian Haogong while Yan Daijiao listened on the side. In the beginning, Lian Haogong asked Ling Xiao questions while Ling Xiao answered them one by one. Later on, the alchemy knowledge that Ling Xiao shared was something that Lian Haogong had never heard before. It was very novel, but it was also very exquisite. It had unexpected benefits for controlling the essence of spirit grasses and condensing the pills. Lian Haogong's interest was piqued, and he began to discuss with Ling Xiao. He also shared many of his alchemy insights, allowing Ling Xiao to comprehend a lot. The more the two talked, the more congenial they became. They talked more and more as if they were old friends. On the side, Yan Daijiao listened with keen interest. Her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at Ling Xiao's handsome face while her heart occasionally pounded. She didn't think that Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to exchange pointers with her second master. Moreover, the alchemy knowledge he shared was very unique and gave her a lot of benefits. She could feel that Ling Xiao wasn't just boasting. He was the real deal. As long as his strength took another step forward, breaking through to become a Truth Realm Supreme Divine Alchemist wouldn't be a problem. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even Lian Haogong felt this way. He was sure that Ling Xiao's fortune was not small. He already had the thought of roping Ling Xiao in. He absolutely couldn't let go of such an outstanding youth. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day had passed. Lian Haogong still had some lingering thoughts and said, "You little brat are not bad. You must have obtained the inheritance from the obsidian divine cauldron. It is truly extraordinary." If Lian Haogong couldn't guess where Ling Xiao's inheritance came from, then his title as the Supreme Divine Alchemist would have been in vain. Ling Xiao didn't admit or deny it. It was a tacit agreement. In any case, this supreme divine alchemist before him wouldn't harm him for the time being. He still wanted to have a good relationship with him. This little brat is just a bit lucky. Listening to your words today, Ling Xiao was enlightened and gained a lot. Please accept Ling Xiao's bow. Ling Xiao bowed slightly towards Lian Haogong and said, to be honest, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the supreme divine alchemist. He indeed had an incomparable advantage in the path of alchemy. He knew many pill formulas and many alchemy tricks. However, Lian Haogong was a famous supreme divine alchemist. He had refined countless pills, so he naturally had his own unique way. Some of the insights he spoke of naturally allowed Ling Xiao to gain a lot. Therefore, Ling Xiao's bow was worth it. Haha, you're not arrogant or rash. You have a bright future, a bright future. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. It's possible for you to become a supreme divine alchemist in the future. Lian Haogong was not stingy with his praise for Ling Xiao. Yan Dai, who was at the side, pouted in dissatisfaction and said, Second Master is so biased. I've never heard you praise me like this before. Little girl, you're still so calculative. You've received more praise since you were young than all of your senior brothers. Duke Lian Hao kindly smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, with your ability, you are indeed much stronger than the youngsters of today. It doesn't matter if you don't participate in the alchemy conference or not. The reason why we called you all here is to see your potential. I believe that your ability is no less than that of the divine alchemists who have been famous for many years, perhaps even a level higher. You should work hard and strive to take that step as soon as possible. And, to be able to listen to my Lord's guidance today, Ling Xiao is very confident that I can reach that step. Ling Xiao lightly replied, then he said, My Lord, Ling Xiao would like to ask my Lord to sell 2 or 3 supreme divine pills to our Dragon Gate. We can buy the divine crystals according to the auction price. I wonder if that's possible? As long as they could buy the supreme divine pills, Ling Fei and the others would be able to report back. After all, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to reach that step so quickly. If he wanted to refine the Supreme Dan in advance, he still needed some time. Hee, since you've already spoken, this old man naturally can't let you return disappointed. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. You can talk to Jiao. She has the final say in the auction this time. Lian Haogong said with a faint smile. His old eyes flashed with a hint of interest. Second Master, what are you talking about? If you say you want to sell it, then I'll sell it. If not, then I won't sell it. Why drag me into this? Yan Dai Jiao clearly didn't think that far ahead and objected. This little girl really doesn't understand. Lian Haogong shook his head and said, then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, how do you think our medicine alliance is compared to your Dragon Gate or Kim people? Ling Xiao didn't know what he meant by that, but he still replied, we're much stronger and richer than Dragon Gate and Kim people. From Heaven Origin City to this palace, Ling Xiao could be considered to have seen the tip of the iceberg of the Medicine Alliance's wealth. He could conclude that neither Dragon Gate nor Kim people could compare to it. Lian Haogong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer, and immediately asked, then what do you think of this girl? Second Master, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Yan Dai Jiao immediately snorted and lightly stomped her feet. She actually left the hall as if she was escaping. Chapter 1376. No matter how outstanding Yan Dai Jiao was, she was still not a real woman. She could only be said to be an inexperienced woman, so naturally, she would have a shy side. Even Haogong had asked Ling Xiao such a question right in front of her face. How could she not flee in embarrassment? This child has been spoiled by us. Don't mind her. Tell me what you think of her. Lian Haogong said. Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed and could only say, the smoke god teacher is naturally a peerless beauty and an extraordinary woman with extraordinary abilities. You're right, this little girl is indeed beautiful. She is publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan region. Lian Haogong nodded in agreement. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, then do you like her? How about I betroth her to you? Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't expect the supreme alchemy god to be so direct. What? Are you stupid? You and her are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Both of you will become the supreme alchemy god in the future. In the future, you will definitely become an enviable immortal couple, Lian Haogong said. It could be seen that he sincerely wanted to bring Ling Xiao and Yin Daijiao together. In addition to Ling Xiao obtaining his approval, he also felt that Yin Daijiao didn't seem to dislike Ling Xiao, so he asked this question. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, I don't think any man would reject a woman like the smoke god teacher. However, Ling Xiao already has a wife and concubines, so he is not worthy of her." Ling Xiao was speaking the truth. He felt that this Yin Daijiao gave him a very good feeling. Her temperament was charming, and her words were appropriate. She gave him the feeling of a close confidant. If he could get together with her, it would truly be a beautiful story. Not only would it strengthen the relationship between the Alchemy Union and the Dragon Gate, but it would also give him more resources to rely on. However, he didn't want to force his feelings and hoped that they would succeed. He and Yin Daijiao had only met a few times, yet they were already talking about marriage. This was too fast. What's more, he had a lot of women, so he had to control himself. After all, there were still the problems of Lai Ruyu, Zhou Zhijing and Xiao Ling. It's rare for you to be honest. If you had agreed immediately, this old man would have kicked you out of the door. Lian Haogong was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer, and then said, "I don't care about you young people's matters, but if you want to buy the sovereign god pills, that's fine too. However, you Ling Xiao must join my medicine alliance, even if it's just a temporary elder. What do you think?" It had to be said that Lian Hao was very straightforward. He directly proposed to rope in Ling Xiao. In the future, when Ling Xiao became the supreme alchemy god, he would also be considered a member of the Medicine Union. The Medicine Union's prestige would be even greater than before. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to give up on Dragon Gate and Kim people and completely join their Medicine Union. That was why he relaxed the conditions. Ling Xiao knew how powerful the Medicine Union was. If he could form a relationship with them, it would be a very good choice for him. He replied, "Since that's the case, then I'll just be a guest elder. What do you think, my lord?" In any case, he already had a lot of guest elder positions, so one more wouldn't be a burden. Why not? Your suggestion is not bad. Since you're a guest elder of our Medicine Union, you definitely have the right to buy the sovereign god pills first. Furthermore, with your ability, you'll be able to refine them in the near future. At that time, you won't need to buy them anymore, Lian Hao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. As our guest elder, this matter must be announced. I'll get Jiaoer to do it for you. Also, you should go and participate in this alchemy conference's evaluation. With your ability, you should be qualified. This can be considered as the first thing you've done for our guild, and the benefits will not be lacking. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He really didn't think that meeting with Lian Hao would actually give him an additional benefit. With his status as a guest elder, it would be much more convenient for him to move around in the future. Ling Xiao will follow your arrangements, my lord. Ling Xiao agreed. All right, after the conference ends, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll arrange for my senior and junior brothers to meet with you. At that time, you can discuss with them a little. I believe it will be of great benefit to you, Lian Hao replied. Many thanks, my lord. Ling Xiao immediately expressed his gratitude. To be able to meet with the three sovereign alchemy gods of the Medicine Union was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lian Hao called Yin Daijiao back. After instructing her a few things about Ling Xiao, his clone disappeared from the main hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This sovereign's methods were truly extraordinary. He was able to sense everything even though he was in a foreign land, and he was even able to condense a clone's divine sense into such a realistic form. It was truly an eye-opener. In truth, divine sense clones could already be created when one was at the Saint Realm. It was just that the strength was different. Furthermore, one's original will aura was still present in order to transfer a divine sense clone to another place. Normally, it would only be an illusory image, but a real divine sense clone like Lian Haogong wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. After Lian Haogong left, Only Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao were left in the main hall. Congratulations, guest elder. I didn't think that meeting my second master would make you so happy. Even I'm a bit jealous, Yan Daijiao said with a smile. She was indeed a bit jealous of Ling Xiao. In the past, many divine alchemists had come to visit her three masters, but only a few of them had caught their eye. As for someone like Ling Xiao, he was the first one to gain her second master's approval so quickly. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be loved by others? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. He was truly in a good mood, and his conversation with Yan Daijiao was quite casual. It was as if they were old friends without any barriers. I've seen a lot of thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick as you. Yan Daijiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Then she said, I'll send you back first. I'll have someone send you a guest token and an elder's robe later. You'd better wear them at that time. Otherwise, people will think that you're not an elder of our medicine alliance. As for the sovereign god pellets you want, I'll prepare them for you. However, you can't be lacking in divine crystals. Yan Daijiao's angry glance was extremely charming and enchanting, almost causing Ling Xiao to fall into a daze. Ling Xiao quietly shifted his gaze and said, Of course, I'm just completing the mission I was given. Yan Daijiao noticed Ling Xiao's subtle movements, and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose as a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Yan Daijiao once again sent Ling Xiao back to his residence. On the way back, Yan Daijiao told Ling Xiao a lot about the rules of the Medicine Alliance, allowing him to understand the situation of the Medicine Alliance first. In addition, they would also arrange a residence for him in the Palace City, so that he could come to the Palace City often in the future and discuss alchemy with others. Ling Xiao was considered a member of the Medicine Alliance after all. If the Medicine Alliance could let Ling Xiao do things under their banner, they would also need Ling Xiao to do some things for their Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao would not reject these things. He thought about the Beauty Merchant Union, where he was also a guest elder. Perhaps when he had the time, he should also make some contributions to them. Otherwise, he would feel a little apologetic. When he returned to his residence, Ling Fei and the others immediately came out to welcome him. Ling Fei asked anxiously, How is it? Did you see the three Lord Medicine Gods? The three sovereign medicine gods of the Medicine Alliance had a supreme position in the heaven realm. Who knew how many people wanted to meet them, but unfortunately, not many could have such an honor. And Ling Xiao had been gone for an entire day. Ling Fei and the others were more or less hoping that Ling Xiao would succeed, and it would be best if he could buy the Sovereign Dan in advance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Brother, you are worth two, of course I saw them. Furthermore, the Sovereign Dan has already been settled, brother. You just need to prepare the divine crystals. Really? That's great. Brother, you have done a great service for the sect. Ling Fei exclaimed excitedly. Lan Qi also laughed at the side. Not bad. First we forced the people from the Devil Tiger sect to retreat, then we bought the Sovereign Dan first. This trip was worth it. The other two also agreed. The way they looked at Ling Xiao became even more admiring, and they made up their minds to take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao became a sovereign medicine god in the future, they could use this relationship to ask Ling Xiao for the qualifications to refine the Sovereign Dan for them. Following that, Ling Xiao told them about how he had become a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Fei, Lan Qi, and the others were instantly stunned. Brother, Elder Lan, what's wrong with you guys? Ling Xiao looked at them in surprise and asked. You became a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Fei revealed a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said seriously, There's no need to lie to you guys, very soon they will send someone to give me the title, and also arrange a place for us to stay. Good boy. I can't help but admire you, Ling Fei said excitedly. The others were also extremely excited. It was obvious that they were very happy that Ling Xiao was able to join the Medicine Alliance. The Medicine Alliance was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even if an ordinary alchemist wanted to join, they could only start as an outer court deacon. It was extremely rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who could reach the heavens in a single step and become an elder. The authority of a guest elder was actually much lower than that of an inner elder, but it was still higher than that of an outer elder. After all, they had absolute freedom and could arrange their own matters without being restricted too much. This time, I might have to stay for a while. At that time, brother, you guys can take the sovereign Dan and report back first, Ling Xiao said. Since he had become a guest elder here, he had to familiarize himself with the environment here. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also planned to use the resources of the Medicine Alliance to make a breakthrough and become a true sovereign before returning to the Sky Dragon region. This was because he had already been targeted by the Gu clan. If he returned now, there might already be a sovereign waiting for him. Chapter 1377. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao was even more eager to take another step forward. Once he reached the supremacy stage, he would have a truly boundless world. With his various trump cards, he would have a chance to survive even if he faced a high-level supremacy stage expert. Moreover, after reaching the supremacy stage, he would still need some time to become an alchemy god. It would be best if he could interact more with the 3 alchemy gods here. Only then would he be able to avoid more detours. Moreover, the Medicine Guild would definitely have supremacy divine materials for him to squander, which would help him become a supremacy alchemy god as soon as possible. With all these reasons added together, he had no choice but to consider staying here for a period of time. As for the people he brought to the Heaven Domain, he didn't need to worry too much. Ling Gang had sent people to protect them, and he had also informed Ling Feiwu that he wouldn't let them suffer any grievances. During his absence, it would be better for them to adapt to the situation in the Heaven Domain. When he returned to the Dragon Gate again, their strength would soar once again. The next day, the Medicine Guild really sent someone to bestow Ling Xiao a reward. The person who came was a senior elder of the Medicine Guild, a true divine alchemist named Guanxia. Accompanying him were a few alchemy saint alchemists and attendants. When Guanxia first saw Ling Xiao, he was startled by Ling Xiao's overly young appearance. He didn't expect that it would be such a young divine alchemist. Moreover, he heard that the second palace master had taken a fancy to him and directly made an exception to promote him to a guest elder. The other alchemy saint alchemists who came with him were also shocked. Guanxia became even more enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao. A young man who was chosen like this would definitely have a limitless future, so he wouldn't put on airs in front of him. Moreover, he also heard that Yan Daijiao had accompanied this divine alchemist into the main hall yesterday. He suspected that this young man in front of him would be summoned as a subordinate of their Medicine Guild. If that was the case, he had to be even more careful about forming a good relationship with him. Divine Master Ling is indeed a promising young man. No wonder the second hallmaster thinks highly of you. My name is Guanxia. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know, Guanxia said politely after giving Ling Xiao all the rewards. Ling Xiao didn't know how to put on airs, so he immediately humbled himself and said, "You're too polite, Divine Priest Guan. We're all members of the guild in the future, so you have to take care of me, lest I do something wrong." Haha, well said, Guanxia laughed. Then he brought Ling Xiao to the accommodations arranged for him. There was an extremely grand and luxurious pavilion and courtyard there. There were a total of 50 or so of them, just like the courtyards in the city. The architecture was extremely exquisite and beautiful, and the people who lived there were all divine alchemist elders. Ling Xiao was arranged to stay in a pavilion on the east side of the city. Although it was not as grand as the others, it was still a rare place. From now on, this would be his home in the city. There were already a dozen divine king protectors and elders in this courtyard, as well as several dozen holy emperor guards and maids. In the future, these people would be Ling Xiao's personal attendants and attendants. After chatting with Ling Xiao for a while, Guanxia said his goodbyes. Before he left, Ling Xiao didn't forget to quietly place a spatial ring in Guanxia's hand. Guanxia knew Ling Xiao's intentions, so how could he accept it? He was determined to return it to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. If old brother doesn't accept it, this little brother will feel uneasy." Since Ling Xiao had already said this, Guanxia was too embarrassed to refuse. In his heart, he praised Ling Xiao for his good manners. As soon as Guan Xia left, Ling Fei couldn't wait to say to Ling Xiao, "Old brother, don't be corrupted by the conditions here. You are the pillar of our Kim people." Ling Fei was really afraid that Ling Xiao would stay in the Medicine Alliance and not return. If that happened, he would become a sinner of the clan. After all, Ling Xiao's future was limitless. Once he became a sovereign, he would definitely become an important elder of their clan. How could he let Ling Xiao stay in the Medicine Alliance, just to curry favor with the Medicine Alliance? At that time, the Medicine Alliance would use all kinds of methods to make Ling Xiao indulge in pleasure, and he would become a sinner of the clan. Although he felt that Ling Xiao shouldn't be someone who would forget his roots, he had no choice but to give Ling Xiao some reminders in advance, so that Ling Xiao would know his limits. Ling Xiao replied, "Brother, don't worry, the blood of the clan flows in my body. I know what to do. The Medicine Alliance and I are only mutually beneficial." "That's good. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen the other party bring the sovereign Dan yet?" Ling Fei replied. "What's the rush? They'll come eventually," Ling Xiao said, and started to check the things he had been rewarded. Inside, there were a few sets of Medicine Alliance's God Alchemist robes, and the color of his clothes was the same as Guan Xia's. It was black with a rusty dark red lace, and there were also dragon and phoenix patterns, making it look solemn and dignified. There was also a guild elder's token, and there were even more divine materials. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with these rewards. There were actually a lot of divine materials inside, but it was difficult for him to obtain so many in the past when he was in Dragon Gate and Kim people. With this batch of divine materials, plus the 500 divine herbs he won from Jiang Xian, he wouldn't be lacking in divine materials for a short period of time. Next, he only needed to refine more divine pills for the Medicine Alliance, and he would also be able to obtain a lot of income. Of course, his main task now was to familiarize himself with everything here as soon as possible. And the first thing he would do was to be the judge of this alchemy conference. He had to make some preparations in advance, so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself. That afternoon, Yendai Jiao arrived at Ling Xiao's territory. She was still wearing an alchemist robe, and her face was covered with a light veil. Her plump and perky figure was not covered by the loose clothes at all, but it made her even more alluring. Her pair of bright almond-shaped eyes were rippling with an indescribable charm. "Greetings, Goddess Yan." Ling Xiao came out with Ling Fei and the others to greet her. Yendai Jiao fiercely rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao, and said, "Divine Teacher Ling is too polite. It's only been a day, and you've already forgotten this little girl's words." Yendai Jiao's words made people feel like they were friends who had known each other for a long time. And there was a hint of playfulness in her words, which made Ling Xiao a little unable to bear it. Ling Fei and the others tactfully signaled each other with their eyes, and retreated, giving the two some time to interact. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then I'll call you by your name from now on." Women all held grudges, and Ling Xiao was quite familiar with this point. "That's more like it. I've brought you 5 Supreme God pellets. You've just joined our guild, so you can recoup the cost." Yendai Jiao revealed a proud expression as she took out the bottle containing the Supreme God pellets, and placed it in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yendai Jiao to be so generous to actually take out 5 Supreme God pellets at once. What kind of extravagance was this? It had to be known that every Supreme God pellet required several extremely rare Supreme God materials, as the main material to be refined. Every single one of them was incomparably precious, and there were a total of 5 of them here. If they were to be auctioned, who knew how much the price would soar? Ling Xiao could guess that Yendai Jiao was giving him face by taking out so many Supreme God pellets at once. He immediately said gratefully, "How many, little sister Jiao Jiao? If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Yendai Jiao made a face when she heard Ling Xiao call her little sister, and said angrily, "Tui, you're the little sister. You should call me big sister, you little brat." In reality, she was more than twice the age of Ling Xiao, so she was naturally unhappy to be called little sister by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed an awkward expression and laughed. "Haha, it was a slip of the tongue. Then I'll just call you senior sister Jiao Jiao from now on. Senior sister Jiao Jiao, you have to protect this little brother, and don't let others bully me. Yan Daijiao had a childlike temperament as she said. That's more like it. Don't worry, in the future, with senior sister protecting you, no one can bully you. She had always lived in Palace City and rarely interacted with the outside world. Although she was smart, she was still a cute girl who had yet to experience the world. Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao talked for a while, and in the end, they bought the 5 Supreme God pellets for 50 billion divine crystals. Such a sum of divine crystals was almost equivalent to a medium-sized divine crystal vein. However, this was only the cost. If they were to be auctioned, the price would at least be several times higher. After all, each Supreme God pellet represented the birth of a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert. The significance of this wasn't ordinary. Yan Daijiao and Ling Xiao stayed for more than an hour. She told Ling Xiao many things about the evaluation of the alchemy conference, and then left. After that, Ling Xiao summoned a peak God King Protector Elder in his courtyard. This Protector Elder was called Zhao Bai. He was the steward responsible for Ling Xiao's daily life and safety. In the future, whether he could become a half-incipient God realm or a supreme would depend on whether Ling Xiao could become a supreme alchemy god or not. If Ling Xiao could reach that step, he would be able to enjoy the blessing and have a chance to take another step forward. If Ling Xiao couldn't reach that step, then he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. After all, he didn't have any potential to break through. That was why he was willing to be a Protector Elder. It all depended on whether the Protector Elder could live up to expectations and lead them to a higher level. After all, they were bound together for good or bad. After they were assigned to Ling Xiao, their fates were closely related to Ling Xiao. Greetings, God Alchemist. What can I do for you? Zhao Bai respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. Looking at this young divine alchemist in front of him, Yu Bai's heart was filled with endless emotions. At first, he was a little dissatisfied when he was assigned to be a protector of the new divine alchemist. After all, a guest elder's position in the guild wasn't as high as an inner elder. But after seeing how young Ling Xiao was and understanding some of Ling Xiao's situation, he made up his mind to serve this master well, because he could see the light at which he could advance to the supreme incipient God realm. After all, he was a divine apothecary who was even younger than Goddessine. Even though he was only a guest elder, he had only just been invited to join the guild. Once he advanced a step further, he might even become the youngest supreme apothecary in the guild. At that time, he would definitely be valued by the 3 hall masters. Moreover, today Goddessine had personally come to meet this god alchemist. It was enough to show how much importance the guild placed on Ling Xiao. After thinking about this, how could Zhao Bai not follow him loyally? Chapter 1378. The reason Ling Xiao called Zhao Bai over was not because he had something important to discuss, but because he wanted Zhao Bai to explain the situation of the Medicine Alliance in detail, so that he could have a better understanding of the Medicine Alliance. Zhao Bai was an old member of the Medicine Alliance. He knew more about the situation, and told Ling Xiao about many things without holding anything back. Through this interrogation, Ling Xiao understood a lot about the situation of the Medicine Alliance. In his heart, he felt that joining the Medicine Alliance and becoming a guest elder was indeed a good choice. The degree to which the Medicine Alliance valued alchemists could be said to have reached an unparalleled level. In the Tianyuan region, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of a warrior. Any clan or force would take pride in nurturing an alchemist. The Medicine Alliance had nurtured a large portion of the alchemists in the Tianyuan region. They did not always stay in the guild, and many of them had joined the various great powers with other identities, acting as a bridge between the 2 great powers. However, these alchemists were still dominated by the Medicine Alliance. They infiltrated those powers and became their honored guests, so they were naturally able to rope in many people. Therefore, as long as the Medicine Alliance raised their arms and shouted, many of the major powers in the Tianyuan region would listen to their commands. Therefore, the Medicine Alliance was definitely a giant existence in the Tianyuan region. This was many times greater than the influence of the Dragon Gate in the Sky Dragon region. or the Black Tortoise sect in the profound sky region. In addition, the Medicine Alliance's spirit grass and pill shops were spread all over the Tianyuan region, and more than half of their income went to the Medicine Alliance. This method of earning money was even more terrifying than the blazing flame merchants in the Sky Dragon region. After all, spirit grasses and pills were the best things to sell. This was something that every martial artist needed to protect themselves. Of course, with Elder Ling Zhao's identity, he would naturally have a great discount when purchasing spirit grass or pills from the various shops that belonged to the Medicine Alliance. This was only the surface situation of the Alchemy Alliance. As for the internal situation, what concerned Ling Zhao the most was that aside from the 3 supreme alchemy gods, they also had 27 godly alchemists. These 27 godly alchemists were all high-level elders of the Alchemy Alliance. They were existences second only to the 3 supreme alchemy gods. These 27 people did not refer to the divine apothecaries who had joined other forces. If the divine apothecaries in other forces were included, there would be more than this number. They all had their own groups, and their disciples and grand-disciples were also countless, forming several factions. These few factions were led by one of the more outstanding divine apothecaries of the older generation. They each did their own thing and sought their own benefits. However, although these factions were in different camps, they all respected the 3 great supreme medicine gods, and they would never dare to cause a split within the guild. Therefore, Ling Zhao had to pay attention to the competition and interests between these factions. He didn't want to get involved in these factions. After all, he was only a guest elder. He didn't want to participate in the internal strife within the guild. He wanted to be a person who was fated to be in these factions. After Ling Zhao let Zhao Bai leave, he told Ling Fei and the others about the news of the 5 sovereign Dan that he had bought. Ling Fei almost cried out in surprise. "Brother, your face is too big. Usually there are only 3 supreme god pellets in the auction every year. You actually bought 5 of them in one go. This time, you have made a great contribution." Lan Qi also laughed at the side. "That's right, God Master Ling Zhao alone is enough to take care of all of us. This is really too exciting. With these 5 sovereign Danes, our Dragon Gate will have a few more sovereigns." The other 2 also opened their mouths to praise him, the excitement on their faces not being concealed at all. After buying these 5 sovereign Danes, when they returned to the Dragon Gate, 2 of them would have the opportunity to receive rewards. It was impossible for them not to be excited. "They just think that I am a new elder, so they gave me some face." Ling Zhao replied with a light smile. Then he said, "Brother, you guys should first escort these 5 sovereign Danes back to the sect, lest there be any problems." Ling Fei pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. We have to think about it carefully. The people from the Devil Tiger sect will not let us leave the Tianyuan district so easily." Ling Fei's worry was not without reason. They were sworn enemies with the Dragon Gate. Previously, Ling Zhao had made them lose face. If they let them leave so easily, then they would not be people of the Devil Tiger sect. It was certain that the Devil Tiger sect would definitely find out about their whereabouts through other channels. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Then you guys can leave on the day of the alchemy assembly without any problems." "Why do you say that?" Lan Qi asked from the side. "Because the people from the Devil Tiger sect will make a comeback on that day. When the time comes, they will never expect you guys to leave quietly," Ling Zhao said with a trace of confidence. Ling Fei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right, this is definitely the Devil Tiger sect's style. When the day comes, they will definitely come back to get back at us. When that time comes, no one will notice that we have left. To think that you could even think of this, you are really quick-witted. Haha, that's a very obvious thing. What's the big deal? Oh right, when you guys go back, tell Ling Gang that he must take good care of my people." Ling Zhao laughed, and then gave them a reminder. "Don't worry, many of them are our clansmen. Since they were brought to the heaven domain by you, they should be people of our Dragon Gate. When we go back, I will arrange for them to do some things in the Dragon Gate, or send someone to guide them so that they can cultivate better." Ling Fei waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "Brother, I am relieved to hear that," Ling Zhao replied. But I am worried about you on behalf of sister-in-law and the others. That divine smoke alchemist seems to be very interested in you. Why are you not interested? You might as well get her. At that time, your status in the alchemy guild will be even higher, and your relationship with our Dragon Gate will definitely be better. Ling Fei joked. I agree with Elder Ling Fei's words. The divine smoke alchemist is definitely destined to become a supreme alchemy god. No one else can compare to divine smoke alchemist Ling Xiao. In any case, it would be a pity to let go of such a superb woman. Lan Qi echoed from the side. Dragon Gate and the Alchemy Guild could be considered a good match. Moreover, Dragon Gate had Kim people behind them, so it was definitely not a disgrace to the Alchemy Guild. If the two great powers of the two regions formed an alliance, it would indeed be a big shock, and it could indeed improve the relationship between the two great powers. However, compared to Ping Yi, Dragon Gate benefited from it, so they persuaded Ling Xiao to do this. At their level, they might not easily fall in love, but for some benefits, they sometimes had to sell their bodies. Ling Xiao also understood this, but he really did not want to sell his body so easily. He thought to himself, a pure person like me only sells my skills, not my body. If people who were familiar with him heard this, they would probably spit on him and drown him alive. How could he even say such words? Shameless to the extreme. There were still 12 days until the alchemy conference, so Ling Xiao did not stay in the courtyard. Instead, he changed into his alchemist robe. This was a robe exclusive to divine alchemists, and not just anyone could wear it. Ling Xiao also pinned the divine alchemist badge on his chest. He could not let others think that he was a martial artist and not an alchemist. After all, this was the Tianyuan domain, and this was Palace City. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When Ling Xiao wore his martial robe, he looked strong and dignified, giving people a domineering feeling. But now that he was wearing the alchemist robe, he became a lot more scholarly, with a touch of transcendence, giving him a bit of the charm of a swindler. Ling Xiao brought Ling Fei and the others around Palace City with Zhao Bai acting as their guide. Although Palace City was a city within a city, it was not the slightest bit smaller than other cities. If one walked on foot, they would not be able to reach the end of the city in 10 days or half a month. However, Ling Xiao only strolled around the important areas of Palace City before heading to Tianyuan City. Now that he was here, he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Xiao also walked around Palace City and Tianyuan City, familiarizing himself with many things. At the same time, people in Palace City and Tianyuan City also learned of the existence of Ling Xiao, the #1 divine alchemist. He was a divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon domain, and the youngest one in history. He was only in his 90s, and there were still a few more years before he reached 100. He was appointed as a guest elder by the second hall master, and was allowed to live in Palace City. Ling Xiao could be considered to have started to become famous in Tianyuan City, and his name would gradually spread throughout the Tianyuan region in the future, becoming the idol of all alchemists in the Tianyuan region. Within Palace City, the divine alchemists of the several factions also sent people to rope in Ling Xiao, each offering temptations in hopes that Ling Xiao would join their camp and strengthen their strength. Ling Xiao politely and tactfully declined their good intentions. He used the excuse that he would return to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, making it impossible for them to persuade him to join their faction. They also couldn't be angry at Ling Xiao. Within Palace City, most people liked this new divine alchemist. After all, Ling Xiao was courteous and didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance, giving people a kind of affinity. However, there were also people who hated his existence, and Miao Qingyue was one of them. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a lifelong enemy. On the surface, Miao Qingyue was also courteous to others, calm and magnanimous, but in reality, he was a narrow-minded and vengeful person. Miao Qingyue and Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any deep hatred, but Yendai Jiao looked at Ling Xiao differently, which made Miao Qingyue unable to bear it. To him, this was simply the hatred of stealing his wife, making him want to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Of course, it was impossible for him to brazenly kill Ling Xiao here. The best way was to get Ling Xiao to leave Palace City as soon as possible, and it would be best if he could never exist in this world again. He was waiting for a good opportunity to create a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Perhaps it would be more perfect. And the existence of the devil-tiger sect was a sharp knife that he was prepared to borrow. He felt that this knife would definitely be able to take Ling Zhao's life. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.